Good morning. Welcome back. This is it. This is the grand finale, the final day. So thanks so much for everyone who've made it this far. It's been a very long, arduous journey, but hopefully it was also enlightening and inspiring. Just to let you know, we'll probably run over today. We'll probably finish at 4 o'clock today. So if some of you need to run before then, it's fine, okay? But I want to give us time to fully explore Divine Comedy, and engage in a process of reflection. We'll probably run a bit. We'll probably run over. Okay. So before I begin, any questions from yesterday, or comments or ideas or any dreams you might have had yesterday? Yes.
Uh, like yesterday we talked about like you said nature doesn't equals to God, right? I'm still a little bit confused about what it actually means.
Okay. So nature, in Dante's understanding, it is just natural laws, which includes physics, right? So law of gravity, and these natural laws create the world that we live in today. And what these natural laws are just what, right? The laws of chemistry, biology, physics. Um, but that's not what God is. Okay, God is the entirety of the cosmos. So even though we think that the natural laws are the end all and be all, they're not, because there's spiritual planes. Okay, there's our soul, and that's governed by divine laws. Okay, so you need to be able to differentiate between natural laws and spiritual laws. And so maybe a natural law, um, um, the earth circles the sun, but in spiritual law, the sun circles the earth. Okay, and in natural law, maybe God is nowhere, but in spiritual law, God is everywhere. Okay, so there's a major dichotomy between these two. Okay, any more questions? Yes.
This is not from yesterday, but I'm wondering, what is Lucifer doing in the last layer of hell if he just um, stays still? What's the purpose of he being there?
He's there to cry. He's there to feel eternal regret and remorse for betraying God. We had a discussion of the angels, and there were a lot of things I got wrong. And I did more research, and there was a very interesting comment on YouTube that I found very helpful. But the idea is this: God creates both angels and humans with free will. The difference, though, is that angels are perfect from the beginning. So they know, so they are beyond time and space. They know the past, the present, and the future. And with their free will, they're able to make the perfect choice. And once they make the, and it's only a one-time choice, okay? And the choice is: do you want to be loyal to God, or do you want to disobey God? Is humility more important than you, or is pride more important to you? Okay, God will give you that choice. And Lucifer and some of the angels made the choice: I rather be independent. I rather be proud. And so God permitted them this choice. He permitted them to rebel, and this created the war in heaven. They lost, and they were cast down to hell. And once there, they could only feel eternal regret for what they've done, and the regret consumed them so much. Okay, humans are different. Humans don't have perfection, so humans are permitted to make mistake after mistake, because humans don't know better. Okay, so that's the difference between humans and angels. Okay, all right. Any more questions? Yes, Andy.
We discussed a little bit about divine inspiration and the poet kind of channeling the divine. The divine being, I don't want to say this. So prior to the Christian poets, then we're dealing with muses. Do you believe that the pagan poets are viewing the muses incorrectly and they're divine, or the muses are divine, or they just mislabeled? Or is there no problem there, or is there an evolution?
Right. So if you look all the great epic poems that we have, whether it's Homer or Virgil or Milton, Dante, they all believe, every one of them believe they're channeling the divine. Okay. It's not, they're not engaged in the act of creation. They are engaged in the act of revelation, right? The act of creation is, you just take something and you just build it, okay? But the act of revelation, it's like, imagine a big boulder, and you already know inside it is this beautiful angel, right? So the act of revelation is, all you're doing is you're basically just breaking down the boulder so that it reveals itself to the world. Okay, so all the great poets believe this, and there's no differentiation between them. Okay, all right. Any more questions? Yes, Julian.
Well, I had a dream that I could talk about.
Yeah,
It's-
great. We love dreams here. Yes, it's great that you guys are dreaming more. Yes.
Yeah, so I have to say it was a really confusing dream for me. And I don't know how I can really connect it to Dante, but so I think it started with me wanting to have dinner with my father and my best friend, and we wanted to set up dinner, and then there was like an electric cable missing for the grill or something, so I went and tried to find it, and then after a while I ended up in a forest, and I had a rope in my hand, and it got stuck in a tree or something, and I wanted to get the rope, and so I got back to the house and tried to get a ladder to get to the rope, and then some guy from I think a TV series, he kind of distracted me and talked to me, and said, "Hey, I have a bigger ladder, come with me." And then I think that's where it kind of ended. So it was a lot about I think just being distracted from the actual end goal by things, but I was the one who let myself get distracted. But I don't know how, yeah, divine it could be.
Okay. All right. So, with dreams, we shouldn't put too much emphasis on the vision. Okay. What's really important about the dream is the emotion you felt during the dream. This is how really, for Dante, the cosmos interacts with us through our emotions. Okay. It channels an emotion into us, and our soul feels it, our soul reflects it, and then our soul tries to interpret it with time and space. And that's why we have these visions. What's really important is the emotion that you felt in this dream. Do you remember the emotion?
Yeah, I would say anxious probably the most. Like I was really anxious that I would get lost, that I wouldn't be able to get the ladder or get the rope from the tree. So I would say probably anxiety was kind of the most.
Okay, and that's probably the emotion that is most raw in you right now. And once you have this emotion, then you have to continue to reflect on why you have this emotion and where this emotion might take you. Did you want to say something? Yeah?
I want to ask, do you remember which TV character?
I think his name is Phil from Modern Family or something.
Phil from Modern Family.
Yeah.
What does he signify to you?
I don't know. I only see him when I watch YouTube shorts.
I actually think the ladder and the rope seem very symbolic to me, because what you said reminded me of Jacob's ladder story. And Marc Chagall actually has a painting, very beautiful, colorful painting of that. Maybe seeing that painting may relieve what anxiety you have. I'm, just going a step further. But I actually think I find the latter to be very positive because it's as if you're at the beginning of purgatory. You're embarking on your journey. I mean, it's normal to be anxious.
Yeah, no, I actually think it's healthy to be anxious at your age. I mean, it's just your age, right? It's like you're beginning to leave your family and embark on your own independent journey. So you're anxious, and it's just normal and healthy to be anxious at your age. Okay. Any more questions or thoughts or dreams before we begin? Yes, Fred?
Just one quick question. I was reading some translation notes in a version of the Commedia last night, and they were talking about how Dante kind of moves away from Plato's tripartite soul and takes more of the Aristotelian
Yes.
soul, where it's one soul with three natures inside. And I just wondered if you could explain a little bit more about it, because I couldn't grasp how. Obviously he doesn't talk about three souls in this one, but
Yes.
I don't really understand how to interpret that.
Okay, so what you read is a very popular scholarship consensus on Dante, which is he's heavily influenced by Aristotle, especially Aristotle's ideal of the mean, where the ideal path is the path that balances two extremes. It's something that Andy talked about previously. So Aristotle has a huge influence on Dante. And Aristotle actually is really influential at this point in history because Thomas Aquinas is a heavy Aristotelian. He's a heavy promoter of the ideals of Aristotle. I don't know if how well people knew Plato at this time in history. What Dante alludes to a lot in Divine Comedy is Plato's theory that the soul is immortal. And as to how the soul is divided up, I don't think it's really clear in Divine Comedy. I think it's maybe scholars trying to basically impose a debate that for Dante didn't really exist in his mind. And so a point that I will make that's very important is that we just assume that Dante read a lot and then he synthesized a lot of this information to come up with his own understanding, which then becomes visualized in Divine Comedy. That's how we think the creative process works. But what we discussed yesterday is like that's actually true. It's entirely possible that he never read Aristotle, he never read Plato, but he was channeling them and their ideas because he had access to the cosmos. Okay, does that make sense? And that's a mistake that a lot of scholars make. Actually, all scholars make this mistake where they see an idea and like, oh, it must be because he read Plato, or it must be because he read Aristotle, and it could not be, and maybe or maybe not. Okay, I mean, it's entirely possible that he is just channeling the cosmos, channeling the divine, and the idea is already embedded in them. And I mean, like, because if you actually read the Divine Comedy, there's no way anyone has the time to read everything that Dante refers to. Okay, it's just his knowledge is like an infinite cosmos, and you're like, okay, did he really read an infinite cosmos, or was he able to access an infinite cosmos? And I would think the latter makes more logical sense. It may not make like scholarly sense, but I think it makes much more intuitive sense. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm finished. Yeah.
Which I would love to hear from you on our last day at some point, kind of how you think Dante has influenced and ushered in the Renaissance, because if by the way, I'm very touched by you sharing your creative process and also what you think would be the creative process for Dante. And so how has this influenced the Renaissance? If it's not a synthesis of the past. So I'd be very curious of that. I also want to just mention a few mea culpas. One is if any homosexuals or overweight people or people who are part of the history of slavery feel uncomfortable, we are kind of solely couching this in a certain place and time, and it's within Dante's world.
Yes.
So I want to mention that. Also, the Last Supper painting, I may not have seen. I may have seen it as a copy in the Vatican, and it's actually in Milan,
Yes.
not Florence. But I want to mention that because I think part of what Dante has inspired all of us, or inspired me at least, is that we're not that different. We're not that different. And what has really captured me are the concepts of free will and the democratic principle that everyone, no matter what, and at any point in time, you have access
That's right.
to the divine.
Right.
So
Well,
thank you.
that's the answer. Access divine. Okay. So there are about 1 million ways in which Dante influenced the Renaissance or created the Renaissance. Okay. But I'll just point out the major ones. Okay. First of all, he taught us to stop looking downwards and start looking upwards. Right. That's especially relevant in our age when AI is so dominant. When we've been taught that AI is going to liberate us from work. When AI will be the panacea for all society's ills. AI is going to solve cancer. AI is going to solve climate change. AI is going to solve poverty. So just focus on AI and we'll be saved, okay? And Dante will be horrified, disgusted by this idea because he's telling us that what matters, what makes us human is our access to the divine, okay? AI can never replace us. AI can enslave us, right? But AI can never liberate us. AI can never replace us. And so if we stop just focusing on the here and now and start thinking about the divine, lift our head upwards to the heavens, then this is a path forward. Yes, Julian, did you have a point?
So we live more in an Aristotelian world than a Platonic world because, from the famous painting, Aristotle points downwards
Yes.
and Plato points upwards.
You're completely right. Exactly, right? So Aristotle told us what matters is cause and effect. What matters is what happens here. Don't worry about what happens there. Plato's the opposite, right? So right now we live in very much an Aristotelian framework. And we need to return to much more Platonic framework, okay? I mean, it is just horrible how today we're like, go to college and study computer programming. That's the future. Ignore liberal arts. Ignore philosophy. Ignore art history. Ignore the great books. That's the past. And like, if you are truly enlightened, okay, I'm telling you right now, if you're going to university, ignore that stuff. Ignore computer programming. Ignore STEM. Just read the great books. Read philosophy. That is the future. The future will be determined not by those who can computer program, but by those who can read and think for themselves, okay? This has always been true. Did you?
I want to add that I have been completely horrified by certain universities canceling, for example, art history survey course because it overly focuses on, for example, Western civilization. But I think the solution is really to add to it, works and access to the divine from other cultures rather than completely canceling it.
Right, and I would also add that you should teach what you know best, right? Because you have a responsibility to give students the best education. So Western civilization really well, then teach it. And the idea, and what Donna would say is, once the spark of learning is embedded in the student is naturally going to go overseas and want to learn more, right? And this is going to expand the imagination of the cosmos. So yeah, I mean, we can go on for like hours about universities, okay? But that's the first one, okay? Like Dante taught people to look upwards and like just that's point one. Point two is Dante was first and foremost a Democrat. as you said, which is, and this is really key. And this is why I don't like the meritocracy. I'm very thankful for Yale, for the education that we got, but I think everyone should have access to this education, because we don't know who can have the next great idea, right? Look at the Renaissance. It was very democratic. Before, it was only the extremely wealthy who could write poetry. But during the Renaissance, look at people like Leonardo da Vinci. He gave him nothing, right? The guy was just a commoner. And all the great artists of the Renaissance were just commoners. And so it's really about access. It's really about democracy, right? And I think this is why I'm so thankful for Carol for giving us this platform, because if we really want to save the world, if we want to have impact, we want to make sure that everyone can have access to a great education. Okay, that's really one of the major goals of being here today, to make sure that as many people as possible have access to a great education, and stop the idea of only the elect can access a great education. Okay, Damien, did you have a question or?
Won't AI give more people access to information and education?
Not if they don't have any jobs, right? Not if they're unemployed. I mean, you ask yourself, what is AI doing? Is AI really liberalizing education, or is it censoring knowledge? Okay, so you're right in that, that's a propaganda. Yes, AI will liberate knowledge and give it to everyone, but what I'm seeing is that AI is heavily censoring knowledge and access, and it is trying to basically reduce humans into human slaves, right? We have this gig economy where more people are now working as delivery workers. If you're working as a delivery worker, you don't have time to go get an education. Okay, so that's point 2. Dante made elite education accessible to everyone, right? Because remember, he wrote this in Tuscan, not Latin. Latin, you need a very specialized education. Tuscan is just what you speak every day. So how they were learning the Divine Comedy is just reading groups, right? Someone would just read the Divine Comedy and everyone would just hear it. And then people would just memorize it. So that's the key. If we really want to save the world, promote new ideas, we need to make sure everyone can participate in the process. The more, the merrier. Okay, and the diversity of this group shows how powerful the Divine Comedy, because you all come from different age groups, different cultures, and different ethnicities. But the Divine Comedy is universal. Okay, the second point. The third point is what Dante did with the Divine Comedy is expand the boundaries of the cosmos, right? He shows you what hell looks like. He shows you what purgatory looks like. He shows you what heaven looks like. And before, this was all considered sacred spaces you cannot access. And once you enter these spaces, then your imagination is allowed to just roam. Look, just Google the amount of paintings that were inspired by the Divine Comedy. It's infinite, okay? Just one line, and you could have like dozens of paintings. And so that's really the power of the Divine Comedy, how it is a cosmos onto itself and expands the cosmos that we live in, and it ignites the imagination. So I could go on and on, okay? But I'd say those are the 3 major things. Okay, Andy?
What would you say to detractors who might say Einstein had to face the Nazis, Dante writes his Paradiso while he's exiled? What would you say to people who are like, the gig economy and late stage capitalism is just our form of suffering right now for us to get forged in the fires and rise above?
I would completely agree. I'm not pessimistic about our world, even though never before in human history has there been so much human suffering, right? The level of corruption, the level of inequality, the level of materialism. This is unprecedented in human history. But as you point out, all the great artists, all the great ideas came through the forge of pain and suffering and tragedy. And that's why I'm so hopeful. I mean, being with you these past 2 weeks has made me extremely hopeful about the future, because I see the spark in you. And I see that once given the right opportunity, once given the right education, the spark will just glow and glow, and it will illuminate all of humanity. So that's why I think for the next 50 years, okay, it's gonna be like pretty bad for humanity. It's gonna be war. It's going to be revolution. It'll be complete chaos. But this also gives an opportunity for each and one of you to make a difference in the world that you couldn't, like maybe 40, 50 years ago when times were a lot more hopeful. Okay? So again, what Donnie would say is that the hope is not what's given to you. Hope is what you create yourself. Okay, so thanks for that. Any more comments? Anna?
I have 2 points as an educator to make about this elitism or elitism. I think it's, at the end, it's about the distribution of resources, which is limited, like educational resources, like going to Yale or Ivy League. It's a very limited resources. Do you want to spend it on the general public, right? Like Leonardo da Vinci, who can be a genius, which is 1% out of all the common people back in, society? Or would you want to focus it on the people who have, who are more elite, I guess? So I think about this educational equality too all the time, being one of the teachers at one of the best international departments in Beijing. So yeah, I'm not sure about, I think AI and online broadcasting have brought Yale to everyone, but is Yale essentially for everyone and should be only for everyone? I have a doubt in that because it's a use of limited educational resources. So there will always definitely be a conflict.
I love your question, and I would say with the Yale hat, and prior to these live streamings, we've had open Yale courses. And also right now, Yale college education is entirely free for anyone whose family's income is under 200,000 US dollars. And so there is that democratic principle, but of course we're constrained by physical space. And so that's why we go virtual.
Yeah, which is
right.
great. Yeah.
So I would also say is that education is not about degrees and credentials. It shouldn't matter if you're a Yale graduate or not. Look, Professor David Bromwich was here on Thursday, and he was extremely impressed by everyone. You guys aren't at Yale, right? So a great education, it's not about if you're at Yale or Harvard. It's about how much you want to learn. And I would also say that, okay, maybe a Yale education is limited, but Dante is not limited to you. Look at this website that we have. It's all free, and the resources there are incredible, right? So with the age of the internet, you can read Homer, Virgil, Plato, Dante for free. And it's just a question of will and desire. And I see my mission, and I think Yale's mission is to encourage you, inspire you, and give you the resources to participate in the great books yourself. Okay? So I think that what's really important is we get out of the mentality that only if you go to Yale are you educated. I would say that only if you ask questions, only are you willing to admit you're wrong, only if you're willing to push past your comfort zone are you educated. That's what I think an educated person is. Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, we were both at Yale, and there were lots of people there who are not that educated. Okay, sorry, I mean, I don't work for Yale. But yeah, I mean, so just because you go to Yale does not mean you're educated. It's one of attitude. Yes. Okay. All right. Any more? Bruce.
Okay, so yeah, I think my question is that what about the future? Because as we all know, the AI technology right now is being it's spread everywhere. So people just worry about themselves at the present. But what about the future? Do you think that in the future people really can go to Mars and go to some outer space so that they don't need any kind of the identities or classical or original idea, but instead they want to create a new culture without what we can call a novelty? Or do you think that such novelties really can abide by the law of identities? It means that there's a will, there's a way. So yeah, this is my confusion and this is my question.
Look, my attitude about technology, it's really, really clear. It's been consistent for the past few years. I think people like Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Steve Jobs, they're all hustlers. They're all scam artists. The idea of us going to Mars, it's impossible. We will never get there, okay? There's no evidence that we have the technology to get to the moon, all right? I mean, like you actually do your research. The evidence, yes, Anna?
Imagination, if Elon Musk has an imagination that we will one day live, because if we read the Space Odyssey and all kinds of science fiction about the Martian Chronicle by Ray Bradbury, like it's all about imagining, the impossible, I guess. Right? Sorry to sound Nike, right?
Well, I would argue that Elon Musk, his real desire is not to get to Mars. His real desire is to make $1 trillion. Right? There's a difference, right? I mean, if he were really committed to let's get to Mars, that'd be one thing. But is he really committed to getting to Mars, or is he really committed to like making $10 trillion for himself? And all his actions suggest that money is actually more important to him. So I am very skeptical about these people. Like when I read Dante, I see genius. When I hear Elon Musk talk, I think he's a moron. Okay, I do. And Sam Altman, I think he's just a complete hustler. If you just do any research on these people, they are first and foremost concerned about making as much money as possible for themselves. The technology comes later. One thing that they are really serious about is immortality. They want to live as long as possible, okay? So I would say that these people, the idea of going to Mars, the idea of creating AI, I don't think they're that serious about it, but there are certain things that are serious about, which is 1, making as much money as possible, 2, living forever, 3, creating an AI surveillance state, creating control grid where all humanity is controlled, and they are like Plato's philosopher kings, right? Where they can dictate everything, and we just do what they say because that's what's best for us, because they know better than we are, because they are elite and we are just sheep, okay? So that's what I see, and I could be wrong. Okay, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not convinced they know what they're doing. All right. Any more comments or questions? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to add a comment. So they're saying that for a billionaire to went to heaven is harder it's even harder. How to say, it's harder than a camel to went through the needle. I think that's why they are so afraid to death, so they want to live forever.
Yeah, I think so, right? It's like, I'm not afraid to die because, well, I don't have anything to fear. But if you're a billionaire, you know in your heart what you've done to get that $1 billion, right? And you're afraid of God's judgment. Yeah, they're very, very passionate about living forever, okay? They put a lot of money into living forever. That's where I think all the research, all the money is really going, longevity. Okay, any more? Okay, so today we finished Divine Comedy, okay? And to set it up, I want us, again, to do a thought experiment, which is say, we're writing Divine Comedy, and we're writing now the end of Purgatory. And as we said, Dante is on a journey, a pilgrimage in Purgatory, from one of sin to one of virtue, from Virgil to Beatrice. And obviously, at the end of Purgatory, Dante will meet Beatrice. We also know that in real life, Dante never really knew Beatrice that well. Beatrice died in childbirth when she was 24. They met a couple of times when they're young. So they never really knew each other in real life. And we also know that when this journey starts, Dante is not really thinking about Beatrice. He's concerned about his own fame, right? His shadow, literally. He loves his own shadow, and over time, he learns to appreciate his love for Beatrice more. He rekindles his love for Beatrice. So now, okay, we are finally, Dante is now finally with Beatrice. And this is a top of purgatory, and they're going to heaven. So they could be together for all of eternity, okay? So Dante has really fulfilled, achieved his greatest hope, which is to be with Beatrice. So if you were the ones writing this ending, okay, how would you do it? Let's again, we did this with Inferno, and we discussed what would happen at the end of Inferno. And of course, we were completely wrong, okay? But it helped us better understand why Dante did what he did. So whatever we do is going to be completely wrong, just so you know, okay? You might have read the end of Purgatory. Also, the end of Purgatory, like the last 3 cantos, it has confused scholars for like forever, okay? You read the commentary on the last 3 cantos about where Dante meets Beatrice. No one knows what's going on. It's confusing because it's not, doesn't fit into any tradition. And people are completely confused by it. So what I want to do first is discuss or basically brainstorm on how we think it should end, and we'll read it and figure out why the ending is the way it is, okay? Just as what we did with Inferno. So let's start. How would we structure the ending of Purgatory? Where yes, Francois?
I think Virgil will start like acting super weird because like he's close to heaven and he knows he's not supposed to be here or something, and so Dante will just lose the trust that built through Inferno, and then he's like seeking someone else, and then like Beatrice comes in and he just transfers his trust from Virgil to Beatrice.
Right. Okay. So this is what I call an epiphany, right? Where in the ending you want an epiphany. A realization that, oh wow, Virgil was wrong for me. The right person is Beatrice, okay? And then Virgil becomes a central character because Dante needs to make a choice between Virgil and Beatrice, and ultimately he decides Beatrice. Yeah, that's a great, plot line, yes. Anyone else? Andy?
So I'm thinking, like, learning doesn't have an endpoint, virtue doesn't have an endpoint, and so it's not like we go through purgatory and then we know everything and
Yes.
we're perfect. That's God. So I feel like, imagine I won the Olympics, then I've got to essentially do it again, but I do it from maybe a place of glory or something like that. So I would see heaven at like the top of purgatory and get into heaven is just more just from a place of enlightenment.
Right, but how's Dante feeling at this point?
How's my what?
How's Dante feeling at this point?
I mean, you're feeling accomplished, but
Yeah.
then you're feeling like you've got another mountain to climb.
Right. Dante feels he's pretty ecstatic because he's seeing Beatrice again, but he's also like feels very accomplished, right? He's done the impossible, right? He's climbed Mount Purgatory as a human.
Yeah, you don't love your wife the most on your wedding day, and then you're like, I did it all.
Yeah.
Right.
But you would say there'd be a wedding? Would there be a wedding between Dante and Beatrice? Maybe an allegorical wedding. Okay, yeah, a wedding, right? Exactly, right? So you would expect a wedding of some sort between Dante and Beatrice. Sure. Okay, great. Anyone else? Let's expand. Yeah, Carol?
Just like Stasius, when he was ready for heaven, the earth shook and everything.
Yes.
So, just something that's like, joyful. It may not be an earthquake, but, something that's equivalent.
Yeah, exactly. That's beautiful. Exactly. Cosmos celebrating of some sort, right? A cosmic celebration. And it could be the heavens open up and there's pure light. It could be another earthquake, right? It could be raining or something, okay? But like the heavens are celebrating that the two are together, just as, at the end, towards the end of paradise, the heavens are having sex as the two are together, okay? Fred?
I'm not sure how I would predict the ending because Dante isn't dead, so is he gonna enter heaven forever, or is he gonna wake up like
Right.
it was all a dream and then his life has changed until he dies?
Right. No, we're talking about the end of purgatory, and so we know heaven's coming, but because Beatrice will take Dante to heaven. But I'm saying like, how do you transition this? How do you end purgatory? Yeah.
Well, I guess just thinking as a counterpoint to him making a choice between Virgil and Beatrice, like I suppose there'll be a clever way in which he doesn't really have to make a choice. The leap of faith just happens, and that he's so changed that it just seems a bit confusing that he would get to a crossroads and then have to make a choice. I think more he would like flow into Beatrice.
So maybe just an embrace, right? Dante sees Beatrice and they hug each other, right? It's a hug. It's an embrace. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Ouyang?
I think just like Inferno, maybe Dante will be out of conscious again and be born again.
Okay. Maybe he'll just faint, right? Maybe he'll just faint. Okay. And this will signify a rebirth. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Edward?
Could there be a final big conflict with Virgil? And Virgil really reveals his his true colors.
Okay, yeah. Maybe a fight, right? A conflict. Right? Where Virgil turns into Lucifer or something. Yeah, okay. Possibly. Okay. We're just using our imagination. Do?
Maybe Dante will feel a bit ashamed because during this journey he's been kind of like passive like traveler through purgatory and hell, and Virgil being his guide. And during this journey, Dante himself has been he has lost his faith in Beatrice and lost his direction like multiple times, right? I'll say if I'm Dante, I'll feel like a little bit ashamed to Beatrice.
Okay. Maybe he's anxious, okay? Maybe he's anxious. Maybe he's afraid. Okay, possibly. Sure. Right. Crystal?
Yeah, so I was wondering, I think maybe Virgil will try to create conflict between Dante and Beatrice, because as you mentioned, originally maybe because Beatrice is pretty, and then like Virgil's like, sure, fine, I'll be his guide, and then now like Dante's ascending to heaven, and then maybe he's kind of like jealous and whatever. And also I feel like, because like in Inferno we were assuming if it were a Hollywood movie, I'm thinking if we're doing a Hollywood movie right now, there might be a slow-mo that is kind of like the creation of Adam, where like Beatrice has her hand and like this, and then like Dante's kind of like ascending to heaven in a slow.
That's beautiful. Yeah, like a slow motion embrace, right? And they're not really embracing, but they're just touching each other a bit. Yes. Okay, great. So first of all, Virgil refused to let go of Dante, right? Because Virgil's like, I spent all this time investing in you, right? Building you up, giving you birth. You're still mine. So it's very hard for Virgil to let go. Also, the, I would say, cinematic embrace between Beatrice and Dante, right? This is what the moment we've been waiting for, right? The final consummation between Beatrice and Dante. Anna?
I feel like he's gonna be maybe lighter, like he came out of the hell being dusty and dirty, then maybe he will become translucent.
Oh,
or like glowing or whatever, like a pearl, like bubble.
Yes.
You know, so something light.
So maybe a transformation, right?
Yeah.
Of some sort. Whereas you say he was once a beggar and now he's a prince.
Yeah, but I also think that this has happened before, where we guess all this cinematic Hollywood version, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I feel like,
wrong, okay?
yeah, that's what I think.
Right. Okay. It's impossible to predict what's actually going to happen. But I think the idea of a metamorphosis for Dante is very important, right? Who becomes a butterfly, right? We're expecting a metamorphosis because he's been through the 7 terraces, and now he is cocoon and he's about to fly, right? So we should expect him to become a butterfly. Yes, Julian?
I feel like he would distract himself one last time, because throughout Purgatory, he always got distracted a little bit, especially in the first circle from his fame. So I feel like there would be something that would distract himself from actually entering heaven.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So maybe one final doubt, right? Something to actually keep him back. So maybe if we're actually writing a Hollywood movie and we're actually filming it, then Beatrice comes from the heavens like an angel. Okay, she just descends from the heavens, and the heavens open up. It's pure bliss, pure light. The sun is singing. There's a rainbow. Okay, birds are flying. Okay, it's just pure bliss. And Dante wants to go to Beatrice, but for whatever reason, he turns away. Okay. Yeah, sure. Fred?
Do you think that if it was a Hollywood movie, there would be like, once Dante and Beatrice are reunited, like Virgil does a fourth wall break and like winks to the audience or something, like raises his eyebrow to the audience?
Okay, maybe
because he's the last one left with the reader.
If it were a Hollywood movie, we would expect a transformation for Virgil as well, right? Okay, so not just Dante, but also Virgil, because honestly, regardless of how we feel about Virgil, he has come across as heroic in the Divine Comedy, right? He has taken Dante through hell and purgatory. He took Dante on his back and climbed up Lucifer. So he is an extremely courageous, heroic individual. Yeah, Anna?
I think Virgil will become the ultimate, in the Greek sense, the tragic hero, the great person with that dramatic flaw that's gonna cause, right? So then we're supposed to sympathize with him or feel bad for him that he, either do the seduction of the emperor, making him, writing poetry for empire, or it's also his conscious choice. But there's this sense of inescapable fate for him that he ought to be the tool for the empire, and it's beyond.
Okay. So yeah, so it's possible it's either or. Okay, he either rises or he falls. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Crystal, did you have a?
I was saying maybe like there will be a scene where God is asking Virgil, "Are you sure you want to return to hell?" And then he is like, "Yeah," and then he walks away.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Yeah. So we need a resolution. Okay, for the Virgil storyline, right? The resolution is Beatrice says, "Virgil, I want to thank you so much for doing this. You've accomplished your mission, and we would like to give you entryway to heaven as a reward." And Virgil's like, "Nah, no, thank you." He walks away. Okay, and this would really reveal the true character of Virgil, right? Yes. Ivy. Okay, maybe another dream. Exactly, right? Okay. Maybe another dream to yes, okay. To leave more ambiguity, more possibility for the reader. Okay. Any other? Yeah, David?
I think the Hollywood would be a result of Dante's creative presence. So if I look from the Hollywood point of view, it would be like a reverse engineering to find the roots of the Hollywood paradigms. So I think if it's the original scheme which Dante created should be a much implicit and much grander scheme. So I would also look for elements in the Greek drama tradition. So there should be some kind of trilogy element, some kind of microscopic three-part play in every small part of Dante's, act. So I expect some small drama there, but I don't know how it goes.
Yeah, okay, right. So we would expect one final climax, right? The idea of climax, right? Like, and the climax could be, Virgil and Beatrice fighting over Dante. It could be Dante turning away from Beatrice. Yeah, but there'll be a climax to this, right? Okay. Anyone else? Yes, thank you. Oh, so what's your name? Solomon. Okay, yes.
Like Dante to utter words of like poetry, like poetry within poetry, or words of praise towards God or Beatrice.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. That's a great yes. Okay, so this is the climatic poetry. Okay, so we can expect Dante, because he's cleansed himself of his sins, he is now at the height of his poetic powers, and now he is going to just create this beautiful poetry praising Beatrice, right? As a consummation of their love. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Yes, in the Hollywood movie, they would definitely do that, right? Where Dante is now transformed. He's now a prince. He's now a butterfly, and now he is at his poetic genius, at his poetic height, because he's climbed so far. Yeah, Bruce?
Yeah, maybe like Gatsby, because when Gatsby just faced to death, he's not just only about to think about his sin, but he just think about his lover. So maybe Dante just like Gatsby, just he can see the green light, and we just call him to go to the heaven. So yeah,
right.
Maybe that is for sure.
Yeah. So exactly. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So that's great. Okay. This is fantastic, and this would be a fantastic ending to Purgatory. And spoiler alert, we're completely wrong. Okay. None of this happens. None of this happens. Okay. Not one of these things happens. And this is what confuses scholars. And quite honestly, when I read the end of Purgatory, I had no idea what's going on. Okay, it's just completely confusing. And so in the final class, what we're going to do is, as a group, we're going to co-create. Okay, we are going to really try to appreciate why Dante is doing what he's doing. And you can't say, oh, he's just because he's just tired, He's written like 60 cantos or 70 cantos. He's just exhausted, and he's like, I really need to get to heaven, okay? So he's just being lazy. That's not the answer, okay? All right. So let's start off with Canto 26 of Purgatory.
All right. While we moved at the edge, one first, one after, and I could often hear my gentle master saying, "Take care and do not waste my warning." The sun, its ray already altering the coloring of all the west from azure to white, was striking me on my right shoulder. And where my shadow fell, it made the flame seem more inflamed, and I saw many shades walking, intent upon a sight so strange. This was the reason that first prompted them to speak to me. Among themselves they said, "He does not seem to have a fictive body." Then certain of them came as close to me as they were able to, while cautiously they never left the boundaries of their burning. "O you who move behind the others, not because of sloth, but reverence perhaps, give me who burn and thirst and fire your answer. I'm not alone in needing your response, for all these shades thirst so for it more than an Indian or Ethiopian thirsts for cool water. Tell us how you can, as if you're not yet caught within death's net, make of yourself a wall against the sun." Thus one of them had spoken to me. I should now have answered clearly had I not been fixed on something strangely evident. For in the middle of the burning path came people moving opposite to these, and I, since they moved left, stared in suspense. There on all sides I can see every shade move quickly to embrace another shade, content they did not pause with their brief greeting.
Okay, stop. Okay, all right. So in writing, we're very concerned about character arc, right? We want to show how Dante has changed as a person. So explain to me how this scene shows that Dante has changed as a person. Okay, so what's happening is like they are now in a terrace of lust, the very last terrace, and Dante is walking, and these shades who are about to enter the terrace of lust, they see him and they know he is not dead. He's not a shade. So they're like, wait a minute, how did you get here? Before, what would Dante do? When he was in any purgatory, what would he do? Yes, Crystal?
He stops and enjoys their praise.
Exactly, right? He stops, he talks to them because it's like a fan asking for autograph. What does he do here? What does he do here? Yeah, Fred?
He's looking at how they're like hugging each other quickly, and then, although they're both burning, he just is really amazed that they're just quickly hugging and then moving, quickly hugging and then moving.
And so why is he doing that?
Because one, maybe he doesn't understand how shades can touch each other, or interact in that way. He's never really seen it before, other than with the blind people who have to rely on each other. And he's probably thinking, if this is the circle of lust, what does it really mean for their punishment? And also, why are they happy and sort of friendly with one another?
Right, he's trying to figure out what's going on, right? And how's that different from before? Yeah?
He was more just amazed and was just like thinking about himself and looking at their punishment. But I guess it seemed quite apparent to him what was going on before. Like the punishments were more clearly linked
No, I'm saying in anti-purgatory, right? So the difference is before, Dante was focuses on his shadow, right? Now he's focused on knowledge. And this goes back to Plato's Allegory of the Cave, right? Where you're trapped in the cave because you focus on the shadows. If you want to go in the light, you have to focus on knowledge. It doesn't make sense, okay? So this is this shows us the character arc, how Dante is now changing as a person. He's much more focused on his mission. He's much more focused on the light, on gaining knowledge, okay? And so in his mind, he keeps on observing, asking questions, and debating it with himself, okay? Keep on going.
Line 34. As ants in their dark company will touch their muzzles each to each, perhaps to seek news of their fortunes and their journeyings. No sooner is their friendly greeting done than each side tries to outcry all the rest even before he starts to move ahead. The new group shouting, Sodom and Gomorrah, the other, that the bull may hurry toward her lust, Pasiphae hides in the cow. Then, just like cranes of whom apart to flee the sun fly north to Riphean mountains, while the rest to flee the frost fly toward the sands, one group moves with the other opposite us, and they return with tears to their first chance and to the shout appropriate to each. And those who had entreated me came close again in the same way they'd done before. Their faces showed how keen they were to listen. I, seeing their desire once again, began, O souls, who can be sure of gaining the state of peace, whenever that may be? My limbs, mature or green, have not been left within the world beyond. They're here with me, together with their blood and with their bones. That I be blind no longer, through this place I pass. Above a lady has gained grace for me, therefore I bear my mortal body across your world. So may your deepest longing soon be appeased, and you be lodged within the heaven that's most full of love, most spacious. Please tell me, so that I may yet transcribe it upon my pages, who you are, and what crowd moves in the direction opposite. Each shade displayed no less astonishment or less confusion than a mountaineer, who, even as he stares about, falls silent when rough and rustic he comes to the city. But when they'd set aside astonishment that soon subdued in noble hearts, he who had questioned me before began again. Blessed are we who would, in order to die better, store experience of our lands. The people moving opposite us shared the sin for which once, while in triumph, Caesar heard Queen called out against him. That is why. And as they move off from us, they cry out Sodom, reproaching their own selves, as you have heard, and through their shame abet the fire's work.
Okay, sorry. So this is not open to interpretation. Clearly, these people are homosexuals, okay? And they have the tone for the sin of lust, okay? And there's two pieces of evidence. First of all, when Caesar is in his triumph, people shout at him, Queen, okay? That's clearly a reference to homosexuality, saying that Caesar is gay. He's had sex with a lot of men. Also, when they are moving towards the fire, they call it Sodom, okay? Which gives us the word sodomy, which means homosexual, okay? So I know there are a lot of scholars' concern is Dante anti-homosexual. I don't think he's anti-homosexual, but clearly this is a reference to homosexuals. Okay? All right? And why would Dante be concerned about homosexuality? I don't think he's anti-homosexual, but he's concerned about homosexuality. Why? What is his main concern? Ouyang?
I think he thinks that homosexuality as a sign of complacent.
A sign of what?
Complacent.
Okay, we are
Yeah,
in the terrace
complacent.
of lust, guys. Lust. Right? Yes, Fred?
Well, a kind of simple interpretation is that it's pure lust and pure admiration and want to possess beauty because you're not in love with somebody for a procreative purpose, and in a way it allows you to be in love with yourself.
Okay, Crystal?
I'm not trying to express my own view, but just recalling to what we mentioned before, like homosexuals tend to seek for those sort of intimate relationship more than heterosexual. So maybe that is why he is concerned, just like what we discussed in the previous seminar.
Right, but it's not intimacy, right? Anna?
I think homosexuality ultimately represents this elitism or narcissistic or, exclusiveness. Like we only want to hang out with our own kind, and he thinks that that is an issue other than procreation, obviously.
Yeah, the key is procreation, right? Because when you are enter into a relationship with a woman, you're gonna have a baby, okay? And that is you're kind of like forced to devote yourself to the family. Whereas homosexuals, well, you can just go from relationship to relationship to relationship. Doesn't really matter, okay? So that's Donnie's concern. All right, Andy.
So I've been actually researching this since we were in Inferno, and an important thing to know is that the sodomites in Inferno are in the realm of violence.
That's
They're
right.
not in the realm of lust. And there's this quote in Inferno 16, 106 to 108. In brief, I know that my company has clerics and men of letter and fame, and they were stained by the same sin. And what I've come to read, and this is one interpretation, it's not the way to look at it only, is that these are in academia, in the religious sects and stuff like this, there's going to be only men there at this time. You don't have women in there. And so you have male teachers and priests who are taking advantage of the youthful, impressionary young men. And so it's sodomy because there's no young women there. We're not talking about lesbians at all because there's no, and he doesn't bring it up. We don't have, these women behind closed doors are doing these other things. And so we're often told it's violence against nature, but in hell, it seems to be you're taking away either duties like academia for Aristotle and Plato, or duties of Christ in the church, and you're doing that, or you could be doing rape, which would be violence there. And here, I think it's really progressive, a realm changing, that he's got. You can be a gay person and still get to heaven because these are consensual adults. It's just you cannot rape people and you cannot take advantage of your position of power on a young boy.
Yeah, that's thank you so much, Andy. Thank you so much. Yes, exactly. Okay. So I would also add that at this time in history, people want the Inquisition to happen. Okay. There's popular support for the Inquisition. Today we learned the Inquisition, it's about stemming out heresy. The major complaint that people were filing into the Inquisition was exactly this. Like, my young boy who I trusted to the priest is right? So this is a huge issue at this time in history, okay? And that's why the Inquisition was actually pretty popular among the common people, because it's the only way to redress this issue that was pretty common back then. So thanks, Andy. That's great. Okay, let's continue, please.
Line 82. Our sin was with the other sex, but since we did not keep the bounds of human law, but served our appetites like beasts, when we part from the other ranks, we then repeat to our disgrace the name of one who, in the bestial planks, became herself a beast. You now know why we act so, and you know what our sins were. If you would know our names, time is too short, and I don't know them all. But with regard to me, I'll satisfy your wish to know. I'm Guido Guinizelli, purged here because I grieved for my end.
Okay, so Guido and Dante are very good friends. In fact, Guido Guizzini is probably the most famous Florentine poet at this time in history. Okay, and this is someone that Dante really admires. So a lot of this journey, right, through purgatory, it's really to find his poetic voice, to sort of stand out from the crowd. And that's why it's so populated by poets, right? Remember how in Antipurgatory we met Sordello, and then we met Statius, and now we're meeting Guido Guarnazelli, and Virgil is Dante's guide. So, something that Dante is really concerned about is how do I stand up from this crowd, right? How do I have create my own unique poetic voice? And this is something that haunts Dante. Okay, keep on going.
Line 94. As after the sad raging of Lycurgus, 2 sons finding their mother had embraced her, so I desired to do, but dare not to, when I heard him declare his name. The father of me and of the others, those my betters, who ever used sweet, gracious rhymes of love. And without hearing, speaking pensive, I walked on, still gazing at him a long time, prevented by the fire from drawing closer. When I had fed my sight on him, I offered myself, with such a pledge that others must believe, completely ready for his service. And he to me, because of what I hear, you leave a trace within me, one so clear, belief itself can't blur or cancel it. But if your words have now sworn truthfully, do tell me why it is that you have shown in speech and gaze that I am dear to you. And I to him, it's your sweet lines that for as long as modern usage lasts, will still make dear their very angst. Brother, he said, he there, whom I point out to you, he showed as one who walked ahead. He was a better artisan of the mother tongue, surpassing all those who wrote their poems of love or prose romances. Let the stupid ones contend who think that from the Mosch there came the best. They credit rumor rather than the truth, allowing their opinion to be set before they hear what art or reason says. So many of our fathers once persisted, voice after voice, in giving to Guittone the prize, but then with most the truth prevailed. Now, if you're so amply privileged that you'll be admitted to the cloister where Christ is abbot of the college, then pray say for me to him a paternoster, that is, as much of it as those in this place need, since we have lost the power to sin. Then, to make place, perhaps, for those behind him, he disappeared into the fire just as a fish through water plunges toward the bottom. Saying that my desire was making ready a place welcome for his name, I moved ahead a little toward the one who had been pointed out to me, and he spoke freely. So does your courteous request please me? I neither could nor would conceal myself from you. I'm Arnaud, who, going, weep and sing, with grief, I see my former folly with joy. I see the hope for day draw near. Now by the power that conducts you to the summit of the stairway, I pray you, remember at time opportune my pain. Then, in the fire that refines, he hid.
Wait, so sorry, I made a mistake. Actually, Dante did not know Guido, but he's obviously a huge fan of Guido, okay? And so Dante here meets 2 really famous poets, and Dante is humbled by the fact that, Dante's trying to pay homage to them, and they don't care, because all they're concerned about is redemption, right? Like, I don't care about my former fame. I'm just focused on my own personal salvation and redemption. All right, let's go on.
Canto 27. Just as there where its maker shed his blood, the sun shed its first rays, and Ebro lay beneath high Libra, and the 9th hour's rays were scorching Ganges' waves. So here the sun stood at the point of day's departure when God's angel happy showed himself to us. He stood along the edge beyond the flame, singing Beati Mundo Corde in a voice that had more life than ours can claim. Then, holy souls, you cannot move ahead unless the fire has stung you first. Enter the flames and don't be deaf to song you'll hear beyond. He said when we were close to him. And when I heard him say this, I became like the one who has been laid within the grave. I joined my hands and stretched them out to fend the flames, watching the fire, imagining clearly the human bodies I'd once seen burning. My gentle escorts turned to me, and Virgil said, my son, though there may be suffering there, there's no death, remember? Remember, if I guided you to safety, even beyond the back of Gurion, then now, closer to God, what shall I do? Be sure, although you were to spend a full 1,000 years within this fire center, your head would not be balder by one hair. And if you think I am deceiving you, draw closer to the flames, let your hands try out within the fire, your clothing's hem. Put down your every fear, turn toward the fire and enter confident. But I was stubborn, set against my conscience. When he saw me still halting, obstinate, he said, somewhat perplexed, Now see, son, this wall stands between you and your Beatrice. As at the name of Thisbe, Promise, about to die, opened his eye and saw her, when then the mulberry became blood red. So when my stubbornness had softened, I, hearing the name that's always flowering within my mind, turned to my knowing guide, at which he shook his head and said, "And would you have us stay along this side?" Then smiled as one smiles at a child fruit has beguiled. Then he, ahead of me, entered the fire, and he asked Dacius, who had walked between us before, dividing us, to go behind. No sooner was I in that fire than I'd thrown myself in molten glass to find coolness, because those flames were so intense. My gentle father, who would comfort me, kept talking as we walked of Beatrice, saying, "I seem to see her eyes already."
Okay, stop. Okay, all right. Again, the idea of a character arc, right? How Donnie's changing as a person, and so there's a wall fire, and Dante is scared, right? Because it's a mental leap. You know, like, I'm gonna walk into into fire, and like, I'm a body, I'm gonna burn to death. And Virgil's like, "No, it's nothing. Trust me," right? And how does Dante respond?
He doubts.
He doubts. Okay, do you understand? And this is really the first time that Dante doubts Virgil, right? Before, Dante put his complete faith in Virgil, and they were all doing sorts of like really crazy things, like climb up Lucifer. Like, Dante's like, "Wait a minute here, he's Lucifer, isn't he gonna kill us?" And it's like, and Virgil's like, "No, just trust me." And like, literally, Dante would put himself on Virgil's back and put his complete faith in Virgil, right? But for the first time, at this critical junction, when the only thing standing between him and the end is a wall of flame, Dante doubts Virgil. Okay, and again, this shows you the character arc, right? The change in Dante, the epiphany, the realization in Dante that Virgil can't really be trusted. And so, how does Virgil get Dante to cross that wall of fire? How does he get Julian?
Well, yeah, he reminds him of Beatrice on the other side of this wall.
Yes. Okay. Virgil reminds Dante, our real goal is Beatrice, and then this reassures Dante and allows Dante to cross now. Okay. You see how this is a journey, right? From Virgil to Beatrice. Okay. And yes.
I can't get my head around how Virgil is so like confident in, even though he's from hell, how does he like know, or how can he be so confident in like trying to convince Dante if he himself wouldn't be able to do this? If he himself is from hell, from the depths of hell.
Right, and this is something we've discussed before, right? How does Virgil know all this? How does he know that this wall of fire is actually innocuous, it's harmless? And he has complete faith that if I just walk into it, I'll be fine. And he himself is from limbo, and so he's not worthy enough to be in this wall of fire. How would he know this stuff? Yes, Brad?
I think alongside the divine fire and the idea of he's been given the whole truth as a wonderful poet, he knows that the fire is about revealing truth, and lust is probably one of the most hard things to let go of, because you think, I'm reducing the extent of my love. I have such great love. To let go of lust, I'm not sure how much love will be left, but Virgil knows that Dante only has one P left, and that it's really the right thing for him to do. So in this case, even though he's dangling the eyes of Beatrice before Dante, I think he's being the most honest about, just relax, this is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Because he knows that fire reveals truth and fires.
So Julian, yes?
So, but Virgil is also going through this fire, right? So is he
himself
cleansing off his sins
so
as well?
So this is something that you need to appreciate. At any time, Virgil can go to heaven. You understand this? At any time, there's nothing stopping him from going to heaven. Nothing. You understand? He has all the knowledge. He has all the ability. What he lacks is the will. Do you understand? Okay. This is what's telling us. He knows how to do this. Okay. He knows how to get to the Garden of Eden. He knows how to climb to the Mount Purgatory. At any time, heaven is open to him. He just chooses not to do it. Okay. And you have to ask yourself, why does he not go to heaven? And the answer, yes.
But he still goes through the fire with Dante, right?
Right, because he knows how to do it.
So he's doing it, but without the faith. But he's still doing it. Or
Okay, so this is hard to appreciate. Okay, but everything in Dante's cosmos is choice. It's all about free will. You understand? Okay, so even if you have the capacity to go to heaven, okay, even if the door is open to you, you still have to choose whether or not to walk into the door.
It's an allegory of the education and elitism that we talked about earlier.
Yes.
It's all there for you.
Yeah, exactly.
These are all low-hanging fruits.
Yes.
It's more whether you limit yourself.
Ouyang?
I have a question. So I'm wondering what's your take on Dante's attitude towards Virgil when he first met Virgil, and to this point, is he viewing Virgil as a tutor or a competitor, or
Look, it's entirely one of love. You understand? Nothing else, just pure love for Virgil. It's like you love your father. Do you understand? It's that, nothing else. There are some other things in place, but at the heart, okay, Dante just loves Virgil completely. All right. Let's continue.
Line 55. A voice that sang beyond us was our guide, and we, attentive to that voice, emerged just at the point where it began to climb. Venite benedicti patris mei. It sang within a light that overcame me. I could not look at such intensity. The sun departs, it added. Evening comes. Don't stay your steps, but hurry on before the west grows dark. The path we took climbed straight within the rock, and its direction was such that in front of me, my body blocked the rays of sun already low behind us. And we had only tried a few steps when I and my sages sensed the sun had set because the shadow I had cast was spent. Before one color come to occupy that sky in all of its immensity, and night was free to summon all its darkness, each of us made one of those stairs his bed. The and our power and desire to climb ahead. Like goats that, when they grazed, were swift and tameless along the mountain peaks, but now are sated and rest and ruminate while the sun blazes. Untroubled in the shadows, silently washed over by the herdsman as he leans upon his staff and oversees their peace, or like the herdsman in the open field, spending the night beside his quiet flock, watching to see that no beast drives them off. Such were all three of us at that point. They were like the herdsman, I was like the goat. Upon each side of us, high rock walls rose. From there, one saw but little of the sky, but in that little I could see the stars brighter and larger than they usually are. But while I watched the stars in reverie, sleep overcame me, sleep which often sees, before it happens, what is yet to be. It was the hour, I think, when Cytherea, who always seems aflame with fires of love, first shines upon the mountains from the east. That in my dream I seemed to see a woman, both young and fair. Along a plain she gathered flowers, and even as she sang, she said, "Whoever asks my name, know that I'm Leah, and I apply my lovely hands to fashion a garland of the flowers I've gathered. To find delight within this mirror, I adore myself. Whereas my sister Rachel never deserts her mirror, there she sits all day. She longs to see her fair eyes gazing as I, to see my hands adorning long. She's content with seeing, I with labor. And now..."
Okay, so this is the third and final dream that Dante has in the Divine Comedy. And the dream is this. There's Leah and Rachel. Do you guys know the story of Leah and Rachel?
Back to Jacob.
Okay.
It's the older sister that Jacob didn't want to marry, but he married her after the wedding. Now it's all too bad, it's the wrong girl. And then he worked another 7 years for Rachel, who's way more beautiful, and waited for him also faithfully. And yeah.
Okay, all right. So the story, it's really important for you guys to appreciate the story, okay? Otherwise, it's impossible to interpret the dream. But Jacob, who is the founder of Israel, okay, the patriarch of Israel, he gets into a fight with his brother Esau. And Jacob is forced to run away. And he goes to far away and he meets a relative of his name, Laban. And Laban says, "You're a relative, and I want you to stay and work for me, and I'll give you shelter." And Laban sees that Jacob has already fallen in love with Rachel. And then Jacob says, "I will work for you, but I would like your daughter, Rachel, for marriage." And Laban's, "Well, you're a relative. It's better for me to give her to you than a stranger. But you will have to work for me for 7 years, and then I will give Rachel to you." And that's the agreement. And for these 7 years, what's happening is that Jacob is working really hard, and Rachel is looking at him from afar with longing eyes. Okay, that's what it literally says in the Bible, with longing eyes. So she is just waiting and waiting for the day to end, for the 7 years to end, so that she could consummate their love together. And Jacob is just busy working and working really hard to prove he's worthy of Rachel. Okay? The wedding night comes, and there's a huge celebration. Jacob is drunk. He goes into the tent and he has sex. He wakes up, and it's not Rachel, it is Leah, who is the older sister. And again, you have to read the Bible to appreciate the beauty of the story, okay? It's written magnificently. It's pure poetry. And then Jacob's just really angry and says to Laban, "You cheated me." And then Laban says, "It is not the custom of our land to marry the younger sister before the older sister. So I will make you a deal. I will give you Rachel as well, but you have to work for me for another 7 years." And then Jacob's like, "I'll do it." Okay? At this point, Rachel has a choice, right? She can say, "I've been cheated as well," and just run away. But instead, she chooses to marry Jacob, and the three of them are stuck together, okay? And obviously, Leah and Rachel hate each other, right? It doesn't say in the Bible, but if you actually read the story, Leah and Rachel hate each other. Leah hates the fact that Rachel is going to marry before she does. And so Leah plots with her father to screw Jacob and Rachel over, okay? So, knowing the story of Jacob, Leah, and Rachel, tell me what this dream is about. It's a very simple dream where Dante meets Leah, and Leah is crafting a garden of flowers, and Rachel is just looking at her mirror, and she's looking at there all day long. What's this dream about? She's content with seeing, I ate with labor. What's this dream about?
I think Leah doesn't think she's as pretty as Rachel, so she thinks she needs a garland, while Rachel is confident with God's creation of her and is able to.
Why would Donna care about Leah and Rachel?
Rachel is in one of the highest places.
He doesn't know that yet.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So Leah, since she didn't get her husband's love, she tried to give birth to as many sons as possible, and that's what made Rachel really mad. It's like, wow, God, you side with them too and give them so many sons. And so Leah obviously is kind of elevated in that patriarchal society, but so I think maybe the garland or the flower has to do with planting seeds and having, I don't know. And then Rachel is like, "Oh, I'm just beautiful. I look at myself, because I'm pretty, so my husband's gonna love me anyways." But she was upset until she has Benjamin. But yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Damien?
Maybe it's like revenge because Jacob had to work in the fields. Now Leah has to pick up flowers, and Rachel just.
Okay, we have to connect this with the reality Dante is living in, okay? Remember how there are 3 dreams. The first dream is of the eagle carrying him, snatching him. The second dream is the siren, right? And then Virgil comes in and rips off her clothes. The third dream, the last dream, the most important dream is Leah and Rachel together. Why would Dante have these dreams? Okay, we have to remember, we can't take these dreams as independent visions. They're not independent visions. They are manifestations of his desires, right? They're manifestations of his emotions. So what is his emotion, and why is Dante having this dream? Yeah?
I think he's steeling himself for the final push to get to Beatrice, where the labor of getting through purgatory is like the labor that would earn him Leah, but he has to do a double layer in order to reach Beatrice, who's more like Rachel in this case, where she's like, because Beatrice is the ultimate goal, it's almost like the monad reflecting itself, and to get to that final center, you need to do the work, get tricked, and then just do it all again just for the love.
Okay, but let's go into Dante's state of mind, okay? He's been through hell. He's been through purgatory. What is he thinking now? I mean, he doesn't say it. He doesn't think it, but he feels it. What is he thinking? What is he feeling now?
Will he be tricked again? Or
I'm sure it's worth it, but I maybe have a millisecond of doubt sometimes.
I think he's really excited, right? Right? He's been through hell. He's been through purgatory. He's done everything that is required of him. And what is next for him?
Heaven, Rachel,
Beatrice, right?
essentially, or Beatrice.
Beatrice is waiting for him. So what's he's expecting?
To see Beatrice.
But what's he expecting when he sees Beatrice?
Wedding with
He's
Beatrice.
expecting a wedding, right? That's why Leah and Rachel are here, because Leah and Rachel married Jacob, and he sees himself as a new Jacob. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get married now, okay? Do you understand? Okay, so it's not really about the vision that matters. It's about the emotion embedded within the vision. So this is one of longing, right?
would you say Leia could be Virgil?
I think that's it. No, I don't think Virgil is here. I think I think the focus on Rachel, right? Rachel never deserts her mirror. There she sits all day. She longs to see her fair eyes gazing. To see my hands adorning long. She is content with seeing I with labor. Okay, so it seems Rachel is in the process of waiting to be with Jacob. Okay. All right. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. But why is Rachel looking in the mirror?
And she never deserts her mirror.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, all this makes sense, right? Dante, yes?
I think it's this contrast, kind of like Mary and Magdalene. So like Rachel is content with seeing, I with labor. It's almost like Rachel is natural beauty and Leah is like plastic surgery. It's like she's laboring, like she's putting flowers all over herself to make her worthy of the wedding, to plot the wedding, while Rachel is just like, I am.
Okay, all right. So something for us to appreciate is what dreams are, what visions are, is that you take a particular story that is common, okay, that is commonly accepted, and you change in a way because you're embedding your emotions into it. Okay, so never in the Bible that says that Rachel looks in the mirror. Okay, never does it say that.
It's narcissism.
It's narcissistic. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay, so there's a conflict, there's a paradox here in that Dante wants to be with Beatrice. Like he's like, this is going to be a wedding, right? But that's why he dreams Rachel and Leah. but there's this narcissism that is embedded in the story, right? Where Rachel, his true love, is looking at herself, okay? So what is this narcissism doing in this dream? Okay, and I'm married, so I'll tell you the answer, okay? I know what the answer is. When Dante meets Beatrice, what is he expecting Beatrice to do? And he's like, she will definitely do this because we're gonna get married, yes?
Positive and negative appraisal. She's like, oh my God, you're so handsome. I can't believe you're here. I love you so much. And then like, look him up and down. You know?
No, I'm married, okay? So I'll tell you exactly what I'm expecting. I'm expecting my wife to praise me every single day, okay? I don't care, okay? Like that's why I'm getting married, because my wife praises me every single day. Do you understand? Okay? And that's the beauty and the paradox of Divine Comedy, where Dante's telling you, I'm expecting me to meet Beatrice, but what I really want is for her to say, Dante, you worked so hard to get here, okay? It's narcissistic. So it's not true love, do you understand? That's a paradox here, where Dante thinks that, oh, I'm gonna meet Beatrice and this shows my true love to Beatrice. But this dream reveals to us that, no, there's a hidden agenda, there's a hidden emotion, which is narcissism, right? What he really wants is Beatrice to praise him to the sky. And this is something that we discuss, right? We think that what the ending is where Beatrice praises him and they touch each other, they embrace. Okay? Okay. And yes? It's extremely realistic.
Like on the wedding day, my husband got mad at me for not attending to him even a little bit.
Yes.
And I was like, man, I'm the bride. Nobody looks at the groom. Okay, you wear something. Nobody cares what you wear. And he's like, oh my God, on the wedding day, you don't care about me. And, you know, but it's very human nature, I guess, even on the wedding day, right? Like, yeah.
And look, I've been married for 10 years. And every time my wife says something nice about another guy, I get really upset, okay? It's really strange because, look, I mean, she's like, you know, Jack Ma's a really smart guy. I'm like, who the hell's Jack Ma? You know, like I get really upset. Like, I'm better than Jack Ma, right? So this is such, this is so beautiful depiction of true human nature, okay? I get very upset when my wife praises another man, even though, like, you know, it makes no sense. Okay? All right. Let's keep on going.
Line 109. And now with the reflected lights that glow before the dawn and rising are most welcome to pilgrims as returning they near home. The shadows fled upon all sides, my sleep fled with them, and at this I woke and saw that the great teachers had already risen. Today your hungerings will find their peace through that sweet fruit the care of mortals seeks among so many branches. This the speech, the solemn words that Virgil spoke to me, and there were never tidings to compare in offering delight to me with these. My will on will to climb above was such that at each step I took I felt the force within my wings was growing for the flight. When all the staircase lay beneath us and we'd reached the highest step, then Virgil set his eyes insistently on me and said, my son, you have seen the temporary fire and the eternal fire. You have reached the place past which my powers cannot see. I brought you here through intellect and art. From now on, let your pleasure be your guide. Your past the steep and past the narrow past. Look at the sun that shines upon your brow. Look at the grasses, flowers, and the shrubs born here spontaneously of the earth. Among them you can rest or walk until the coming of the glad and lovely eyes. Those eyes that weeping sent me to your side. Await no further word or sign from me. Your will is free, erect and whole. To act against that will would be to err. Therefore I crown and mitre you over yourself.
Okay, all right. So these are the very last words that Virgil will speak to Dante. Okay, what Virgil says to Dante is, I've brought you here, but now you are now on your own. You are now completely in control of yourself, You don't need me anymore. So what is Virgil saying to Dante here? What is this? What's Virgil really saying to Dante? It's goodbye. Okay, this is it. Right? Does Dante know this? Does Dante know it? No, it's goodbye. No. Why not? He doesn't know it's goodbye. He doesn't think it's goodbye. Why not?
Well, I remember in Paradiso, doesn't he misses Virgil? Like he
No,
wonders-
but I'm saying like what does Donnie hears this and what does Donnie think? What doesn't Donnie know this is goodbye? This is clearly goodbye to us, right? But it's not to Dante, yes?
Because it's hard for him to perceive that the mentor, the prophet, the father, the all-knowing guide now is going to leave him because
Right.
it's unacceptable. It's like, you know all the truth more than me, more than I do,
What
and
is
you don't
Donnie
make
expecting?
it.
What is Donnie expecting?
Let's go together.
Andy?
Yeah, this is the moment that the student becomes the master, right? So he doesn't realize that Virgil doesn't have the will to get into heaven. He assumes the best, and there's some reality here.
But what is Donnie expecting to happen?
Them to go together.
They're going to heaven together. You understand? Right? Status is going to heaven. I'm going to heaven. Virgil should go to heaven too. Right? In his mind, he's already seen all this. He's seen a wedding with Beatrice where Beatrice praises him to the sky and says, like, well, you did it, Dante. You're my hero. Okay? You're the greatest in the world. And he's expecting Virgil to be, to preside over this marriage, and then they'll all go to heaven together and live happily ever after as a family. That's like literally what he's expecting and what he's decided will happen. Okay? Does it make sense? All right, let's continue to count on 28.
On to 28. Now keen search within, search around that forest death, a life stream, divine which tempered the new day before my eyes. Without delay, I left behind the rise and took the plank, advancing slowly, slowly across the ground where every part was fragrant. A gentle breeze which did not seem to vary within itself was striking at my brow, but with no greater force than a kindness. The wind that made the trembling boughs, they all bent eagerly to find in the direction of morning shadows up the holy mountain. But they were not reflected with such force as to disturb the little birds upon the branches in the practice of their hearts. For to the leaves with song birds welcomed those first hours of the morning joyously, and leaves supplied the burden to their eyes, just like the wind that sounds from branch to branch along the shore of Clausen, through the pines when Aeolus and sets the roca loose. Now, though my steps were slow, I had gone so far into the ancient forest that I could no longer see where I had made my entry. And there I came upon a stream that blocked the path of my advance. Its little waves bent to the left, the grass along its bank. All of the purest waters here on earth were lashed against that stream with sweet touched by impurity. It hides no face, that stream, although it moves dark, beneath its never-ending shadow, which allow no ray of sun or moon to disturb water. I halted, and I set my eyes upon the farther bank to look at the abundant variety of newly flowered boughs. And there, just like a thing that, in appearing most suddenly, repelled all other thoughts, so great as the astonishment it brings, I saw a solitary woman moving, singing and gathering up flower and flower, the flowers that colored all of her pathway. I pray you, lovely lady, you who warm yourself with rays of love, if I may trust your looks, as often as into the heart, may it please you, I ask of her, to move ahead and closer to this river, so that I may understand what you're singing. It reminded me of where and what, just when her mother was deprived of her, and she deprived of spring, Proserpina was. As, when she turns, a woman dancing keeps her soles close to the ground and to each other, and scarcely lets one foot precede the other. So did she turn upon the little red and yellow flowers, to me no different than to a virgin lowering to the sky. I had perceived, and I was satisfied, for she froze so close that the sweet scent at least and became intelligible. No sooner had she reached the point where that fair river fled to fairly banted grass, than she gave me the skip, lifting her eyes. I do not think a light so bright had shone beneath the lids of Venus when her sun sure stood in extraordinary fashion. Erect, along the farther bank she smiled, her hands entwining vari-colored flowers, which that high land needing no teeth engendered. The river kept us just 3 steps apart, but even held pond where thirsty spots, a taste that so curbs all men's arrogance, did not provoke more hatred in Leander when rough feet ran from Abydos to Sestos than hatred I bestowed on that river when it was open. He began, "You're new here and may, because I smile in this place chosen to be mankind's nest. Wonder, perplexed, unable to detect the cause, but light to clear your intellect is in the strong beginning. Does and you who have stepped forward to occasionally tell me to hear more, I've come ready for all your questions till you're satisfied." I said, "The water and the murmuring stars contend in me against the recent credence I gave to words denying their existence." At this she said, "I'll tell you how the source of your amazement has its special cause. I'll clear the cloud that's left you so distraught. The highest good, whose sole joy is himself, made man to be and to enact good. He gave man this place as place of endless peace. Man's fault makes grieve his day here, and man's fault made him exchange frank laughter and sweet sport for lamentation for empty. Below this mountain, land and water vapors whose foul feet as far as they're able to do their purgation. To prevent them from molesting man's place here, this mountain rose up this close to heaven from the point where its gate is blocked, a tree of such to observe it. Now, since all the atmosphere revolves within a circle moved by the first circling, unless its round is broken at some point, against its height, which stands completely free within the living air that motion strikes, and sympathy with the dead, they echo. And when a plant is struck, its power is such that it impregnates the air with feeding force, the air revolving half its feet abroad. The other hemisphere, depending on nature and planet and sky, conceives and bears from the earth's powers that are trees. If what I said were known, you would not need to be amazed on earth when growing things which have no sea. And you must know the holy plain on which you find yourself is full of every sea, and it has fruit that there cannot be gathered. The water that you see does not spring from the vein that vapor cold condensed and poured. Like rivers that acquire or lose their force, it issues from a pure and changing fountain which by the will of God retains as much as one can find. It pours and it divides. On this side, it descends with power to end one's memory of sin, and on the other, it is pure recall of each good deed. To one side, it is grief, on the other, renewing. Neither stream is efficacious unless the other's waters have been tasted. Their savor is above all other sweetness. Although your thirst might well be satisfied even if I revealed no more to you, I give you freely to a corollary. Nor do I think my words will be less welcome to you if they extend beyond my promise. Those ancients who in poetry presented the golden age, who sang in happy days perhaps in their partnership, dreamt this flame. Here mankind was innocent, and here were every sweet and never-ending spring drinks the nectar of which poets sang. Then I turned around completely and I faced my poets. I could see that they had heard with smiles the final corollary spoken. That done, my eyes returned to that ceremony.
Okay, so here he's met Matilda, who is the guardian of the Garden of Eden, okay? This is the Garden of Eden. And it's an inversion, right? Where in the Bible, the Garden of Eden is where we were banished from paradise. And here, the Garden of Eden is where we will enter paradise, okay? This is where Beatrice will descend from heaven and pick Dante up to bring him to heaven, okay? And within the Garden of Eden, there are two rivers, okay? This goes against the biblical tradition. What are the two rivers of the Garden of Eden in the Bible? The Tigris and Euphrates, right? Here it's the Leaf and the Euno. The Euno is from Greek tradition, the river where you forget everything, okay? You drink from it, you forget everything, okay? But in Dante's conception, it is a place where you forget sin. The Euno is something that Dante, it's a word that he makes up, okay? Dante, like Shakespeare, does this a lot. They just make up new words. You know, is Greek. This means good. This means mind, okay? So, the leaf makes you forget sin, and then what the does is make you remember your goodness, okay? So the idea is like, after you drink from these two rivers, and you must drink from both rivers in order to access heaven, you'll forget all the bad things you've done, but you will remember all the good things you've done. Why would things be constructed in this way? Right? To enter heaven, you must forget all the evil you've done and remember only the good you've done. Why would that be the case? Yes, Francois?
I think it's a way to protect heaven from evil, because like even if you think of evil, because our souls reflect what we are thinking and our actions, then just the thought of it or like some micro action that's negative would impact heaven and create dissonance or like chaos in heaven. So you really need to take that off and then just like remember greatness. It's in the same way you reflect what you've done well, and then the more people reflect positive, then it just grows inside.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Exactly right. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So think of pollution, right? You can't go in being with any remember of your sin, because you might pollute everyone else. Okay. Yes, that's a great idea. Anyone else? Yes. So what was your name? Skylar. Okay.
But I think it's quite important for you to remember your sins, or like remember your mistakes and remember your moral missteps, because that way it teaches you what is wrong and how that hurt other people, so you remember not to do that in the future. If you forget all of your sins, won't you like maybe accidentally do them again?
Okay. So okay. Anna?
I want to respond to Scarlett that because you have already done that. You have already repented on your sins for 1,000,000 years in purgatory. You know, it's enough is enough. You know what I mean? But if you keep repenting, then you feel like you're unworthy of heaven. And then you are stuck at the lowest level in heaven again. And then you loses the whole point of going to heaven.
Okay, yes. Fred?
I think I really like the two rivers, because I think that Dante is preempting the phrase et in Arcadia ego, where it's like was a common thing in Romanticism where the poets would complain that even when they were in paradise, their ego would still be there, and that would still be the source of problems. So in this case, the forgetting river is super crucial, because it's the only way to cleanse the ego. So, and also that it's important, and we've just seen that they've been through purgatory, but I don't think you could commit more sins in heaven, so it's not that important to remember.
Yes.
You know, like there's not even a possibility that you could redo them.
Yes.
Again, about the river, I thought it's very interesting. In all cultures, in Chinese culture, when you reincarnate, you go to the hell and drink 孟婆汤, which is a portion that makes you forget everything in your past life, so that you're ready for rebirth. And so I think it's a similar, you know, universal idea that you need to forget.
Yes, exactly. David?
I think this is a very insightful paragraph into Chinese into character, because it also mentioned you have to remember what you did right, because that will give you a structure of how to behave. So this is a very well balanced structure where you have to both and you have to both forget but also have to remember.
Yeah, this is like positive psychology, right? Like, be positive. That's what they want in heaven. Did you want to say something?
To say what Anna said, you have to like forget. I think like forgetting your sin symbolizes that you have now like reborn yourself, and you're ready for heaven, and you're ready to drop out the past behind and totally forgive yourself. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Right. Okay. Yeah, and I would also point out it's free will, right? Where everything is governed by free will. You choose to be in purgatory. You choose to do penance, but you cannot actually choose to forget things. Okay, and so this is. Yes, Edward.
Is it also a blessing to the soul as well? Because through some lens, doing these sins is like a trauma to yourself.
Yes.
So it finally allows the soul to be free.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Andy.
I wonder if memory is a process of time, and you're going to a place outside of time.
Yes.
In paradise.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, your memories aren't really relevant in paradise. Yes. Francois?
There's a physical aspect where if you forget your sin, then you're super light and you can
Yes.
physically reach heaven. Whereas like the little amount of sin would just create heaviness inside you.
Exactly. You're right. Yes. So the sin, the memory of the sin is the last vestiges of your physical body, right? And they are corrupting your soul or they are tainting your soul. Okay. Yes. Anyone else? Skylar?
I just wanted to ask a question. So if forgetting your sin makes you lighter and I guess better, would it be a good idea to forget your sins on Earth? Like if we're on Earth, and then if we forget all of our sins, would that make us better?
Okay. Does anyone want to respond to this? Bruce?
Yeah, actually, I always think like you said, because when I was young, I thought I can do anything I want. I don't care about what it's saying or what kind of God or what is. I'm me. I'm just myself, right? I can do whatever I want. But after, for a while, especially when you just experience a lot of things, and you can see that the greedy, the sexual desire, the torture you in the night. You even cannot find sleep. And you can just have date with many more boyfriends or girlfriends, even have sex with them, all of them. But for what? You just try to have such kind of desire. You want to be better than others. You think you can be more competitive than others, but actually it's not. You still have to go back to the heaven, to go to the God. The God is still there and just keep watching you all the time. And you have to face the truth, to face your sin. This cannot be escape from it. You want to be yourself, but actually you're not.
Okay.
You got a body.
Thank you. Damien?
I don't think you should forget your sin on Earth, or there would be no reflection.
Okay. So, David?
In real world, unlike in the dentist, literary world, I don't think there is any water you can drink just to cleanse yourself of the memory of things.
Yeah.
You really have to do a lot of good deeds and to replenish yourself of good memories in order to flush out the few things you have done.
Okay. So yesterday we discussed the idea of the soul, right? And how we said that what the soul is you have a physical body, and the soul is really something that exists in the spiritual realm. Okay, so it is like energy fields or whatever. Okay, so that's why, and that's how memory works. Because when you do something, it may not change your physical body, but it does change your spiritual body, your soul. Okay, so. And Francois used the word trauma. That's what sin literally is. It's trauma. It's traumatizing your soul. Okay. So when you get hit, you might bleed, and that hurts your physical body. But when you do evil, when you commit sin, you are traumatizing your own soul. Okay. And your soul becomes distorted. So another way of saying this is like, you remember everything that you do. You may not be conscious of it, but you'll remember it at some level. And this is going to change the nature of your soul, and this is going to change how you relate to yourself and relate to others as well. And the more traumatized you are, the more your soul looks downward, and the more good you do, the more virtue you do, the more you are to look upwards, okay? So what this is saying is, what the rivers are doing is, they recognize that these sins, they are physical in some way, right? And that's why you actually need to watch yourself, because they stay in your soul. And it's like, you just can't imagine them disappearing. You can't forget them. You have to wash them away, right? You have to take a shower before you attain to heaven. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. All right. Great. Any more questions, Anna?
Like baptism too, right? You have
Yes.
to go into the river and baptize yourself to wash away your sins.
This is literally baptism.
Literally,
yes.
yeah.
This is literally baptism. Okay. So Matilda is in the Garden of Eden, and what she's gonna do is she's gonna baptize all the souls in these two rivers before they can actually ascend to heaven. Okay. So this is the process. Any more questions or comments? All right, guys. Let's continue to Canto 29.
And I want to apologize that my mic wasn't on for 3 minutes. So anyway, we're in Canto 29. Her words were done, but without interruption she sang, like an enamored woman thus, Beati coram tecta sunt peccata. And just as nymphs who used to walk alone among the woodland shadows, some desiring to see and some to flee the sun, so she moved countercurrent as she walked along the riverbank, and following her short footsteps with my own steps, I matched her pace. Her steps and mine together did not sum 100, when the bank still parallel, so curved about that I was facing east. Nor had we gone much farther on that path, and when she turned fully round toward me and said, "My brother, look and listen." And I saw a sudden radiance that swept across the mighty forest on all sides, and I was wondering if lightning had not struck. But since, when lightning strikes, it stops at once, while that light, lingering, increased its force, within my mind I asked, "What thing is this?" And through the incandescent air there ran sweet melody, at which just indignation made me rebuke the arrogance of Eve. Because, where earth and heaven were obedient, a solitary woman, just created, found any veil at all beyond endurance. If she had been devout beneath her veil, I should have savored those ineffable delights before, and for a longer time, while I moved on, completely wrapped among so many first fruits of eternal pleasure and longing for still greater joys. The air before us altered underneath the green branches, becoming like an ardent fire, and now the sweet sound was distinctly sung. O Virgin sacrosanct, if I have ever for your sake suffered vigil, cold, and hunger, great need makes me entreat my recompense. Now Helicon must pour its fountains for me, Urania must help me with her choir to put in verses things hard to conceive. Not far beyond we made out 7 trees of gold, though long stretch of air between those trees and us had falsified their semblance. But when I'd drawn so close that things perceived through mingled senses which delude, that not, now they were nearer, lose their real features, the power that offers reason matter judged those trees to be, what they were candelabra, and what those voices sang to be Hosanna. The upper part of those fair candles flamed more radiantly than the mid-month moon shines at midnight in an untroubled sky. Full of astonishment, I turned to my good Virgil, but he only answered me with eyes that were no less amazed than mine. Then I looked at the extraordinary things that were moving toward us, but so slowly that even brides just wed would move more quickly. The woman chided me. Why are you only so eager to behold the living lights and not in seeing what comes after them? Then I saw people following those candles as if behind their guides, and they wore white, whiteness that in this world has never been. To the water to my left reflected flames, and it reflected too my left-hand side if I gazed into it as in a mirror. When I was at a point along my shore where all that sundered me from them was water, I stayed my steps in order to see better, and I could see the candle flames move forward, leaving the air behind them colored like the strokes a painter's brush might have described, so that the air above that retinue was streaked with 7 bands in every hue of which the rainbows made and Delia's girdle. These pennants stretched far back beyond my vision. As for the width they filled, I judged the distance between the outer ones to be 10 paces. Beneath the handsome sky I have described, 24 elders moved on, 2 by 2, and they had wreaths of lilies on their heads, and all were singing. You among the daughters of Adam, benedicta are, and may your beauties blessed be eternally. After the flowers and the other fresh plants facing me along the farther shore had seen those chosen people disappear. Then, as in heaven star will follow star, the elders gone, 4 animals came on, and each of them had green leaves as his crown. Each had 6 wings as plumage, and those plumes were full of eyes. They would be very like the eyes of Argus, were his eyes alive. Reader, I'm not squandering more rhymes in order to describe their forms, since I must spend elsewhere, but I can't be lavish here. But read Ezekiel, for he has drawn those animals approaching from the north with wings and cloud and fire. He painted them. And just as you will find them in his pages, such were they were, except that John's with me as to their wings. With him, John disagrees. The space between the 4 of them contained a chariot, triumphal on 2 wheels, tied to a griffin's neck and drawn by him. Its wings, stretched upward, framed the middle band with 3 bands on each outer side, so that though he cleaved air, he left the bands intact. His wings so high that they were lost to sight, his limbs were gold as far as he was bird, the rest of him was white mixed with blood red. Not only did no chariot so handsome gladden Rome's Africanus or Augustus himself, even the sun's own cannot match it. The sun's, which gone astray, was burnt to cinders because earth offered up her pious prayers, when Jove, in ways not known to us, was just. 3 circling women then advancing danced. At the right wheel, the first of them, so red that even in flame she'd not be noted. The second seemed as if her flesh and bone were fashioned out of emerald. The third seemed to be newly fallen snow. And now the white ones seemed to lead them, now the red. And from the way in which the leader chanted, the others took their pace, now slow, now rapid. Upon the left, 4 other women dressed in crimson danced, depending on the cadence of one of them with 3 eyes in her head. Behind all the group I have described, I saw 2 elders, different in their dress but like in manner, grave and decorous. The first seemed to be one of the disciples of great Hippocrates, whom nature made for those who are her dearest living beings. The other showed an opposite concern. His sword was bright and sharp, and even on this near side of the river I felt fear. Then I saw 4 of humble aspect, and when all the rest had passed, a lone old man, his features keen, advanced, as if in sleep. The clothes these 7 wore were like the elders in the first file, except that these had no garlands of lilies round their brow. Instead, roses and other red flowers wreathed their heads. One seeing them less closely would have sworn that all of them had flames above their eyebrows. And when the chariot stood facing me, I heard a bolt of thunder, and it seemed to block the path of that good company, which halted there, its emblems in the lead.
Okay, so now Beatrice has arrived, and with arrival, there is a parade, okay? What we call a triumph, okay? Model of Rome, the Roman triumph. And so Beatrice is coming, and when we come back from the break, we will see if these predictions are correct. And spoiler alert, none of them are correct, okay? All right, so we'll take a break and come back, okay? Yeah, can we do it after? Yeah, because like.
Sure, but like, I'll probably.
Okay, okay. Okay, we're live. Okay, good afternoon. So we have a special guest, and Carol will introduce him.
So I'm delighted to have Rene Newman from Yenching Academy here with us today. I've never met him, but he has so kindly agreed to come here to read the Italian part of Dante to us as a friend of Melania, who's my second son Damien's Latin teacher. And so thank you to Melania as well, who is on a flight right now. Renee is on full scholarship to do Yenching Academy and is a graduate of King's College in London in International Affairs. He's also president for European Guanxi, which is a youth think tank on EU-Chinese issues, which he's passionate about. And I know he also speaks multiple languages, is from multiple parts of the world, very much a reflection of our class here. I'm just so curious to hear how Italians, and you're Tuscan, how do Tuscans and Italians study Dante? Just tell us a little bit about it, and later we'll have you read some passages so that we can get into the zone with an Italian reading Dante. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. So yeah, I mean, Dante's maybe if the highlight of our syllabus of Italian literature, and we start studying it when we're very young, so starting from like when we're 9 or 10, and it really makes makes up a huge part of the syllabus until we graduate actually in high school. So for almost 10 years, we studied it for almost 10 years, and we go through all of it multiple times. Wow. And especially in Tuscany, I think we also attribute even more importance to it than in other regions.
Of course.
Because we feel even closer to it. It's always a pleasure to read it. So thank you so much for the invitation.
How's the language of Dante similar or different to how Tuscans speak today?
So it is interesting because it's definitely not the language that we speak today. It's a bit different. There's some words that we wouldn't use today. There's we can understand them, and maybe old people might use words that are a bit more similar to sometimes a bit more what we consider formal, but they're actually in some way more similar to the language that Dante uses. But at the same time, there's also many words that we need to look up sometimes because they're really different from the Italian that we speak today. But at the same time, it's also very important to remember that the Italian that we speak today in Italy, so the Italian really is a construct. It's not really a language that always existed, right? So it's the Italian that we know today is only an extension of the Tuscan dialect that was imposed onto all of the other regions, because Italy was divided until very late in history compared to other European countries until 1861. So it was then that because of unification, they had to choose one dialect to kind of dominate over all the others.
So it's like Putonghua in
It's like Putonghua, basically. It's pretty much like Putonghua. And they chose the language of Dante, actually. Dante was the reason, the fact that Dante had written in that language, in Tuscan, was the reason that, and also actually because there's different types of Tuscan, so it was actually the type that Dante wrote in.
Wow.
That they picked as the reason why they picked our dialect as as Italian, pretty much, to be the language of the country.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Divine.
And definitely there are some words that I think we as Tuscans understand are more, it's easier for us to understand than other regions for sure, because there are some words in even our modern, there's some still regional words that we only in Tuscany we use, and that Dante also uses that in other regions maybe they're a bit less common. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions, Renee, but my first question is, how do you feel about Dante? Do you like the Divine Comedy?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because it is, regardless of one's religion, because of course we know it's a very religious text, but regardless of one religion, it has so much historical significance, and it encapsulates so many important episodes of Italian history, but also European history, and I believe really it should be taken for much beyond, it's just a religious significance, but also historical, but also it's I think it transcends so many fields and disciplines, I think, and it's so important.
So when you say religious significance, do you mean that this is primarily a Christian text? Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, I think the vision of hell, purgatory, and heaven is definitely I think more it can be more associated more with Christianity than maybe other religions like Buddhism, or like that also maybe like we can also of course draw some comparisons with other religions, but the way certain environments in the afterlife are described so accurately in the Divine Comedy, I think like they do feature a lot of characteristics of Christianity, definitely.
So in school, how is Divine Comedy taught? So you do 10 years of it, and then is there a final examination where you're tested on certain aspects of Divine Comedy, or?
So it sometimes is in the final exam. So every year the Ministry of Education chooses certain topics for the final examination, and sometimes they do choose to feature some parts, of course not all of it because you know how long it is, but they do choose to feature them and have some parts where they test students about their knowledge of it, but not always. But we do have like oral examination, written examination throughout the year about that, not necessarily the final one.
Do you read the entire poem or just aspects of it?
We read the entire poem, and at least that's what the syllabus what wants us to do. But then, sometimes the syllabus is also very long in Italian literature, but yes, we read at least like 70 or 80% of it, if
so
not.
Inferno, Purgatory, and Paradise, you all read.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do read all of it. Yeah.
And are you asked to memorize the poem, or do you just read it?
We're sometimes it really, the thing is like even this, and also relating to your previous question, it depends sometimes on the teacher's own method. So there is some part of the syllabus that is like compulsory for the whole country, but at the same time, for example, this kind of whether we have to learn it by heart or not depends on each teacher's method. In my case, our teachers wanted us to memorize the most important parts. So like at the beginning, like the start, like the starting, the ending, and then some of what we consider to be like some of the most important passages, and yeah. But now I wouldn't be able to. It's been a long time. I wouldn't be able to say that.
And what is your favorite part of the Divine Comedy? Do you have a section you particularly enjoy?
Well, is it too like cliche to say that like heaven perfectly, or like actually, I think even like the hell also has like a lot of parts that I really enjoyed. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think there's many parts that I really enjoyed. But also it's been a while now, so like it's been many years since.
Okay, this is gonna be a hard question, but I'm really curious. Are there any outstanding questions or controversies that have plagued educators about the Divine Comedy? Are there any like outstanding theological or literary questions? And Italians just argue about this all the time.
Well, I mean, some people think that like that we're always struck since it was composed by how specific it is on certain very tiny details that usually there's like all types of theories on how Dante managed to come up with, or like even like such specific nitty-gritty like details, and so some people think that it was a dream, and the dream that he like remembers very vividly when he wakes up, so to such an extent that he can actually describe such, so well. Other people, I mean, think that he actually did this journey.
He actually went to heaven.
He actually went there. And other people, of course, they say, of course, it's all an invention, but it is. I think there is a consensus that it is incredible how specific it is sometimes, and how and it's really hard because sometimes you're like when you have to make up a story, it's like it's so easy to just invent, like to make up anything, right? But it's not when it comes to details, right? Actually, to make up a story with so many details is not an easy feat.
Yeah.
And he managed to do
yeah.
this.
So I'll tell you this, where for most of my life, I'm 50. I think like for 45 years of my life, 46, I was a very ardent atheist. I refused to believe in God. I had explanations for everything. And I read Divine Comedy, I'm like, God exists, because without God, there's just no way he could have written this. So Divine Comedy brought me to God, because again, I can't explain what's going on without the idea of God. Okay, but so that's one controversy. Like how did he create this? And something that we struggle also in this class. What were some other controversies or questions?
Well, I believe that one aspect that is also very important and they failed to mention earlier is the psychological aspect as well, because this is not just significant for in terms of history and in terms of events, because we have other sources for that, right? We have historical sources that are even, I mean, more reliable sometimes than something that many people believe to be a completely made up story. But what is striking and what is like unequivocally like a super reliable source in the sense is that the Divine Comedy shows what the mentality of that that age was, and also between all these like factions, the Guelfi, the Ghibellini, and the hate of like, and also set the values really, because the fact that, I mean, of course these are Dante's values, but they do serve as an embodiment, I think, of what later would be called the zeitgeist, right? Like the sort of like that time, and like the embodiment of the values of that moment in history, and with all of the different factions and the fact that it's ranked in such a specific way, right? Like who goes into like which circle of hell.
Yeah.
And it's really like a ranking of like what's the least worst thing, and the like the worst thing, and then in heaven it's like they're all saints, of course, and they're all but then there's also a ranking, very specific ranking. We have so many drawings as well with all the layers and everything.
Right. What do you think is the main message of the Divine Comedy?
Well, the message might sound, I think, well, it's about judgment. Everything, like, right? It's like, I think judgment is such an important part of it, because, and it's not, it's not a type of judgment that is temporary, like in maybe Buddhism. It is a judgment that is permanent. Or except in the case of purgatory, I guess, because the one that we read today, that's the only non-permanent one. But in hell and in heaven, the souls are going to be there forever, for eternity. So it is striking, and it is a strong message. At the same time, though, if we think about, well, it is definitely about, and many historians also agree on this, a way of certainly, or at least at that time, to have to persuade people to behave better, because it would and beside, like, really, I think, and it definitely transcends just the Christian beliefs. It's like it contains many Christian beliefs, but it is so all encapsulating that it definitely transcends this.
So today we're going to read cantos 30, 31, 32, 33 of Purgatory. These are the last 4 cantos of Purgatory. How familiar are you with these 4 cantos?
I studied them, but like very long ago. So I'll try my best to read them as best I can.
Okay. And I mean, I don't want to be presumptuous, but these 4 cantos are pretty confusing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, they are like really troubling, confusing. It doesn't really fit into the larger framework of Divine Comedy. Is that fair to say?
Well, the purgatory is, we actually know this in we say in high school, and when we study it, that the purgatory is actually the trickiest one. That is, it's trickier than both hell and heaven.
Yeah.
Because of all its nuances, and definitely, the hardest one to understand and the hardest one to read as well, in terms of language that he uses.
Okay, so this is one of 4 hardest cantos of Divine Comedy. Is that fair to say?
Well, yeah, for sure.
Okay, well then we'll do it, guys. Okay, This afternoon, collectively, we're gonna figure out what these 4 cantos are saying. Okay. All right. So, and you can tell us if we're just crazy or not. Okay? But let's start. Okay. So to start, I want to explain what's going on. So remember that Dante has climbed up the Mount Purgatory. He has not. And in the Garden of Eden, Beatrice is coming, and Beatrice comes with a parade, right? This is something called the Church Triumphant. Church Triumphant. And this is opposed to the Church Militant. Okay? So the Church Triumphant is heaven. Okay? The victory of the church to come. The Church Militant is the church on earth. The victory that must be fought, okay? The victory that must be achieved in order to achieve heaven. And the basic structure for the the parade is something called the Roman triumph, okay? The Roman triumph is, what happens is like a great conqueror like Julius Caesar or Scipio or Pompey, they go overseas and they conquer a great deal of territory. And to celebrate, they come to the streets of Rome. And this is like the biggest thing in Rome, okay? This is like bigger than the Super Bowl in America. It's bigger than the World Cup. And so the idea is through the streets of Rome, they're going to parade all the way to the Temple of Jupiter. And the point of the triumph is to show the greatness of the victory. So, and they also provide some history as to the place, what the people are like. So it's a celebration of the victory. And that's exactly what's happening here when Beatrice comes. She's coming with the Church Triumphant. It's a huge parade, and it's to highlight the glory of Christianity. So Beatrice comes in a chariot, a 2-wheeled chariot. Okay, that's Beatrice. And this is, so at the very end of this procession of the triumph, the great conqueror, the general, is on a chariot being pulled. And the griffin is what pulls Beatrice. The griffin, as you know, it is basically a lion and an eagle joined together, okay? Basically the head is an eagle, the body is a lion. And a lot of scholars, because like what we'll be reading is something that's very allegorical, right? A lot of scholars believe that the griffin, it represents Jesus, because Jesus is considered to be both lion and eagle, and the chariot is meant to represent the church, okay? And I don't know better, so I will assume they're correct. Okay, so keep this in mind. The griffin is supposed to represent the Jesus. The chariot is supposed to represent the church. These 4 cantos are extremely troubling, and I had to do some research before teaching this. And one really good source for Dante, his name is Robert Hollander. I'm sure there are better sources in Italian. I don't speak Italian, so I'm not able to understand what they're saying. Okay, but Robert Hollander used to be at Princeton. He's probably America's most famous Dante scholar, but he was at Princeton, and then he started this website called Dante Lab at Dartmouth, the Dartmouth Dante Project, that gives you insight into all the scholarship of Dante. And we're going to read a couple of actually footnotes from Robert Hollander, okay? Okay, so let's read a couple of footnotes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. All right. This one or the other one first? Okay.
Yeah, okay. So let's read this first, okay?
Okay.
And it shows you the depth of scholarship as well as the intricacy of Dante's craftsmanship, okay? So
Beatrice died in June of 1290. It is now either the end of March or early April of 1300, and thus about 2 months fewer than 10 years since she died. If the
so this is scholars talking about the day that Dante climbs up Mount Purgatory and meets Beatrice. Okay, at what day does this happen? Keep on going.
If the action of the poem indeed did begin in Dante's mind on Friday, 25th of March, 1300. This day is Wednesday, 30th of March, 1300. Literally a perfect day, a 10 composed of 3 threes. For a recent study of the numerological aspects of Beatrice, see Carlo Vecchi.
Yeah. So do you see how perfectly this is constructed? Okay. Dante is conscious of numbers. He thinks that numbers are divine in nature. 3 is, as we know, a particularly divine number. There are 33 cantos in these 3 different sections, and he uses tercets, right? Okay, so 3 is particularly divine number, and you can see that the meeting with Beatrice is a divine day. Okay.
Just, I guess this is Beatrice's number in Vita Nuova, Dante's other
Yes.
poem, and her number is 9 or 3 squared.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So Dante is very mathematically, he's very conscious of numerology. Okay. Let's go to the next note. Okay. So this is a procession of the Church Triumphant, and it's structured in a certain way. Can you just read it?
Sure. The first, 24 books of the Old Testament. The second, the 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The third, 1 Griffin. The fourth, 3 theological virtues, faith, hope, and love. A fifth, 4 cardinal virtues, prudence, fortitude, temperance, and justice. The sixth, 2 authors of Book of Acts and major epistles, Luke and Paul. Seventh, 4 authors of lesser epistles, Peter, James, John, Jude. The eighth, 1 Apocalypse, John, a total of 43.
Okay. So it's 43, but remember there's Beatrice, right? So that's one. That's 44, and then overhead, over them are 100 angels. So you have 144. Does anyone know why 144 is a very special number in Christianity?
Tribes in Israel,
Yes. Right.
12 times 12.
Yes.
What else? I forgot.
Yes. But that's exactly correct. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So they say at the end of days, 144,000 will ascend to heaven. Okay. These are the 12 tribes of Israel. All right. So again, you see how meticulous and precise Dante is with numbers. This is not accidental, by the way. Okay. You can't possibly just make this up and then oops, it aligns. No, he is intentional about this. And there are these numbers scattered throughout the Divine Comedy. Okay, so you can literally just spend your entire life just analyzing the numerology of the Divine Comedy. We're not going to do that because this is an angel class, and we're much more concerned about the themes. Yes, Edward.
It's just a very small comment, but also the 4 plus 3 is 7, and 7 in numerology is a very
Exactly.
spiritual completion number.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can make entire diagrams on this, okay? And so there are all these literary paradoxes in Divine Comedy, but there are also all these mathematical puzzles in Divine Comedy. And if you just assemble them together, it reveals a greater truth. Again, we're not going to do that because it's quite exhausting, but it just shows you the depth of the level of construction in the Divine Comedy. And again, this class, it's meant to be the beginning of a long journey, and I hope that in the future, you guys will refer to scholars like Robert Hollander in your journey, okay? So I'm providing you one textual reading, but others will provide you with others, and it's up to you to come up with your own appreciation. So let's go back to Canto 29, okay? And I want to go look at the lines 22 to 30, okay? So, Carol, could you read 22 to 30?
Okay. And through the incandescent air there ran sweet melody, at which just indignation made me rebuke the arrogance of Eve, because where earth and heaven were obedient, a solitary woman just created found any veil at all beyond endurance. If she had been devout beneath her veil, I should have savored those ineffable delights before, and for a longer time.
Okay, what is paradoxical about these lines? Why am I singling this section out? What's a paradox here? Where are they?
They're in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, the Garden of Eden, yes. Damien?
Eve was banished from the Garden of Eden, so why is she here?
She's not here. Yeah. But what's Donnie doing right now?
Imagining a woman that is there.
What is his emotional state?
Super excited and happy to see, about to see Beatrice, but
What's the word in here that tells us how he feels?
I should have savored, or like
No, the emotion. Yeah, just indignation, okay? Indignation. He's angry. Why is this a paradox? Indignation. Yeah, why are you angry, right? You should be happy. You should just focus on the here and now. You just focus on enjoying yourself. Why are you complaining about what Eve did? I mean, isn't all forgiven? Right? This is a paradox here. Why should he not be angry? Anna?
He's angry. Maybe he finally went to the Garden of Eden to see how beautiful it is and to be mad at Eve, like, why would you forsaken all this? That's why he has the just indignation.
That's what he says, but I'm trying to figure out why he's...
Shouldn't.
Well, he shouldn't be angry because he's just been through the terraces, right? He's been through the terrace of wrath. His anger should be purged from him. But he goes to the Garden of Eden and he's looking around and he says he's angry at what we've lost.
He's rebuking arrogance, which is hope and free will, in a way. Or, I don't know. There's a paradox here.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can...
There's lots of paradoxes here, right? Okay, does that make sense, okay? And so what I will argue is, to unpack this paradox, you need to figure out what these four candles are, okay? So remember this paradox. It makes absolutely no sense that he's been in the Garden of Eden, he's about to meet Beatrice, and now he's pissed off about Eve eating the fruit, which caused him to be banished from the Garden of Eden, okay? Why is it like at your happiest time, you're still angry, right? I mean, isn't the point of being happy to let go of your anger and just embrace your joy? Okay, all right.
Oh, I don't know if I'm skipping ahead, but there's this a concept of Felix Culpa, which is it is essential for this fall to happen, for us to get to Jesus.
Right, but in the other case, he shouldn't be angry at all, right? He just thinks, well, we were redeemed at the end. We're in the Garden of Eden now. Anyone can come. So I was forgiven. So why is he angry, right? It's all part of the divine plan. Eve had to eat that fruit so that Jesus could come, so that we could all be redeemed. And now all has happened. So instead of being angry at Eve, why don't you celebrate Eve, right? And just forgive Eve. Instead, he is angry. But not only that, but what is his indignation? What type is it? What's the word he uses to describe his anger?
Just.
It's just, okay? It's righteous indignation. It is justice. I should be angry. I am right to be angry at Eve. This is a paradox for us, yes?
I think it's also that if Beatrice died in childbirth, it was Eve's punishment is that all women should feel pain during childbirth, and it's especially that made her die. I think he's angry as well because she found any veil beyond endurance, and life is one of the veils.
Yeah.
So it's that he's almost angry that Beatrice is dead, even though I'm meeting her now. It's such a pain that it's not in the real world.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I completely forgot that. But Beatrice did die in childbirth, and Eve was punished by God, and the punishment was to have painful childbirth, right? And it is, the greatest pain in the world. Okay, it is hell on earth. But Renee, I want to ask you that the translation "just indignation" is this a correct translation?
I was actually surprised that they translated one, because just would be more like giusto, or justo back then, I guess it could also be said. But buon is like a good. It's more like a good type of indignation.
Right.
Zelo, for example, is also like I think back then definitely it meant indignation. Now it has a bit of a different meaning. It's less negative than indignation.
Is it zeal?
it's more like that's
Oh,
actually
okay.
that's actually what it is.
Okay.
But back then, of course, certain words that we could still use now have had a different meaning, of course.
Okay, so I want to confirm, okay? Mandelbaum, Alan Mandelbaum, and he just one of like dozens of translators of like Dante, okay? But what he's saying is that Dante thinks that it is just for him to think that Eve was arrogant and to rebuke her arrogance. Is this a correct translation?
I would I would say so. Like on onde at which buon zelo, buon, it's just as we said, indignation, zelo, mi fai riprendere l'ardimento d'Eva. Made me rebuke. Ardimento is also an interesting like word for us to hear in Italian. Ardimento is like when someone is well, ardito now has also different meaning, but ardimento definitely sounds like, I mean, back then it would be more closer to arrogance for sure.
And so the tone and the language, it conveys anger as an emotion. Is that correct?
Yes, it's some kind of, I think, maybe passionate anger, like as in ardimento. It has the same
Ardent.
It has the same etymology as fire, basically, right? So this definitely conveys passion. It conveys a strong feeling, like a fiery feeling.
All right. Okay. So again, this, like, there's the paradox there. Okay. Like, why are you so angry now you're the God of Eden? Okay. Isn't this all part of the divine plan, right? Shouldn't you be thankful for and plus you're not a woman, right? You're a guy. So what are you complaining about? I mean, like, so there's lots of paradoxes here. All right. Let's go to the count of 30. Okay. These next 4 cantos are just really troubling for scholars as well as students of Dante.
I'll do 12 maybe, and then you'll do 12. Okay. When the first heaven 7 stars had halted, those stars that never rise or set, that are not veiled except when sin beclouds our vision, those stars that there made everyone aware of what his duty was, just as the bear below brings helmsman home to harbor, then the truthful band that had come first between the griffin and the 7 stars turned toward that chariot as toward their peace, and one of them, as if sent down from heaven, hymned aloud, Veni, sponsa de Libano, 3 times, and all the others echoed him.
Quando il settentrion del primo cielo, che né occaso mai seppe né orto, né d'altra nebbia che di colpa velo, e che faceva lì ciascuno accorto di suo dover come il più basso face quel timon gira per venire a porto. Fermo s'affisse, la gente verace, venuta prima tal grifone ed esso, al carro volse sé come a sua pace, e un di loro, quasi da cielo messo, Veni, sponsa del Libano, cantando, gridò 3 volte, e tutti gli altri appresso.
Just as the blessed at the final summons will rise up ready each out of his grave, singing with new clothed voices, Alleluia, so from the godly chariot eternal life's messengers and ministers arose, 100 stood ad vocem tanti senis. All of them cried, Benedictus qui venis, and scattering flowers upward and around, Manibus, o date lilia plenis.
Quali beati al novissimo bando, sorgeran presti ognun di sua caverna, la rivestita voce alleluiando. Cotali in su la divina basterna si levar 100, ad vocem tanti senis, ministri e messaggeri di vita eterna. Tutti dicean, Benedictus qui venis, e fior gittando e di sopra e di intorno, Manibus, date lilia plenis.
I have at times seen all the eastern sky becoming rose as day began, and seen, adorned in lovely blue, the rest of heaven, and seen the sun's face rise so veiled that it was tempered by the mist and could permit the eye to look at length upon it. So within a cloud of flowers that were cast by the angelic hands and then rose up and then fell back, outside and in the chariot, A woman showed herself to me. Above a white veil, she was crowned with olive boughs. Her cape was green, her dress beneath flame red.
Io vidi già nel cominciar del giorno la parte orientale tutta rosata, e l'alto ciel di bel sereno attorno. E la faccia del sol nascere ombrata, sì che per temperanza di vapori l'occhio la sosteneva lunga fiata. Così dentro una nuvola di fiori, che dalle mani angeliche saliva e ricadeva in giù dentro di fuori. Sovra candido vel cinta d'uliva, donna m'apparve, sotto verde manto vestita di color di fiamma viva.
Within her presence, I had once been used to feeling, trembling, wonder, dissolution, but that was long ago. Still, though my soul, now she was veiled, could not see her directly, by way of hidden force that she could move, I felt the mighty power of old love. As soon as that deep force had struck my vision, the power that when I had not yet left my boyhood had already transfixed me, I turned around and to my left, just as a little child, afraid or in distress, will hurry to his mother anxiously to say to Virgil, I am left with less than one drop of my blood that does not tremble. I recognize the signs of the old flame.
E lo spirito mio, che già con tanto tempo era stato che alla sua presenza non era di stupor, tremando, affranto, senza degli occhi aver più conoscenza, per occulta virtù che da lei mosse, d'antico amor sentì la gran potenza. Tosto che nella vita mi percosse, l'alta virtù che già m'avea trafitto, prima che io fuor di puerizia fosse, volsimi alla sinistra col respitto col quale il fantolin corre alla mamma, quando ha paura e quando egli è afflitto. Per dicere a Virgilio, men che dramma di sangue m'è rimaso che non tremi, conosco i segni dell'antica fiamma.
Okay, stop. Okay, so Beatrice is revealing herself. She's still veiled, but she is now in the presence of Dante. And it's been many years since Dante last saw Beatrice, 20 years maybe, but his soul still shakes, okay? He's not shaking, but his soul is still shaking. Renee, let me ask you, while you were reading this, okay, and the climax, of course, is like when Dante sees Beatrice again for the first time. And this is the moment we've been waiting for the entire time, okay? We've been through hell, we've been through purgatory, and this is the moment that Dante's been waiting for, we've all been waiting for. How did you feel while you were reading this? What emotions were in you when you were reading this?
Well, I think. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think. Well, he spends like so many lines talking about just that, like the emotion of when he sees her, and it is. I think there would be no other way of making it convey such a strong feeling that is not just sheer. It's more than just sheer joy or sheer surprise, or I think there is no single or like not even just a set of short set of words to convey it, and that's why so many lines are spent on it, and even like some like analogies, when he compares it with like boyhood, for example, and l'alta virtù che già m'aveva trafitto prima che io fuor di puerizia fosse. And then he says, also talks about just as a little child afraid or in distress, right? Col quale il fantolin corre alla mamma, quando ha paura, quando egli è afflitto. It's so strong, and it's yeah.
Okay, so this is really when all his emotions converge together, right? His greatest fear, his greatest excitement, his greatest happiness, his greatest sadness, they all converge together. And it is such an overwhelming emotion. He's never felt like this before. His entire soul, it's vibrating, it's shaking to its core. And what's the first thing he wants to do?
Turn to Virgil.
He wants to turn to Virgil. You understand? That's how much he loves Virgil. Okay? He loves Virgil. I know I've been talking trash about Virgil this entire time, but Dante still loves Virgil as a father. Okay? So he wants to turn to Virgil, and what should Virgil do in response?
Comfort him.
Right, hug him and says, Dante, I'm with you. Go ahead. We came all the way here. right? Through hell, for purgatory. And now I want to be with you in your moment of your greatest triumph, and I will be with you. Okay. So maybe we won't translate until
Okay.
certain sections.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Sounds good. Okay.
Because we're
Time it.
before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Line 49. But Virgil had deprived us of himself. Virgil, the gentlest father, Virgil, he to whom I gave myself for my salvation. And even all our ancient mother lost was not enough to keep my cheeks, though washed with dew, from darkening again with tears.
Okay. So stop. Okay. So Renee, could you translate for us these next 6 lines and tell us these when you speak it, what emotions do you feel?
Ma Virgilio n'aveva lasciati scemi di sé. Virgilio dolcissimo padre, Virgilio a cui per mia salute diemi, né quantunque perdeo l'antica madre, valse alle guance nette di rugiada, che lagrimando non tornasse nate.
It's like as if he was like, it's more than like praising him. It's like as if he was talking about like, yeah, the person he loves the most, actually. It's almost as if he was talking to him as if he was Beatrice.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. I think the words, the emotions is Dante loves Virgil, okay? There's absolutely no doubt about it. Where is Virgil? Where is he? Fred?
I was just doing a sign for like self-integration where Dante, Virgil has left Dante completely, and Dante has integrated him as completely as he can.
But I mean, we were expecting some sort of resolution, right? Some sort of confrontation between Virgil and Beatrice, some sort of conflict where Dante has to choose between Virgil and Beatrice, or even maybe a happy ending where Beatrice welcomes Virgil to the heavens, and Virgil's given a choice. But he's just completely disappeared. He's run away. That's not bad writing, right? What's going on here?
Who's talking?
Dante's talking. Yes. Right? Dante felt Virgil beside him, so he turns to Virgil to say, I've never been so nervous in my life, Virgil, and then Virgil's gone. He just disappeared. Well, first of all, why is Virgil gone? Yes?
Accomplished his mission to bring Dante to Beatrice, so now he has like no purpose to be here.
Yeah, but if you've accomplished your mission, what's the least thing you would expect?
He wants someone to thank him.
Yeah,
first
thank
before
you,
leaving.
Virgil, for taking Dante through heaven and hell. Yes?
So previously we were hypothesizing that he might be a little bit jealous. I feel like some of the times if you're jealous, you don't actually want to be in a scene, and then you just choose to leave it behind and then just not see the scene.
Dante loves Virgil. Does Virgil love Dante? I think he loves Dante. I think he does. Okay?
They climbed on Satan.
Yeah, they've been through a lot, man. They climb on Satan. They've been through purgatory. It's been a lot. Once that happens to you, two people love each other. Yes?
I think of like the wedding scenario where the father brings the bride to the groom and then he has to go. He's like, hand you over, and you know. So I feel like maybe it's that kind of scene too, where he kind of give birth to Dante, and then now
There's
he has
no
to let him
handover
go.
though.
Oh, okay.
He just disappears. He just runs away. Yes?
Yeah, maybe because as men they don't want to say goodbye. Maybe they would love to give you a hug, but actually Virgil, I think he on the one hand he want to give it a hug maybe, but on the other
Let's do the counterfactual, okay? Let's just say Virgil stays. What would happen next? What happened next? Yeah, yes, Anna?
A confrontation where it's like, do you want to come to heaven? No. Oh, awkward. Like, so then he just avoids that conversation and goes away.
Yeah, I think what happened is that Beatrice would say to Virgil, Virgil, I want to thank you so much for this. I came down to limbo and I asked you for a favor, and you so generously and so selflessly guided Dante through hell and purgatory, and I can't thank you enough. And Virgil's like, right? You're kind of stuck, right? Right? Because now what Beatrice is going to say, come with us to heaven. And Virgil's like, so he's made the conscious decision, I don't want to go anywhere near heaven. Right? What? Yeah, yes?
This reminds me actually of a Greek myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. I don't
Yes,
know
Orpheus, yes.
You know, when like he's not supposed to turn, and like when there's actually no like it is kind of there's no, well, in the myth, of course, he turns and he sees and she disappears because the pact was that for him not to, like, the deal was for him not to turn, and they would live happily together after, but then he turns, he doesn't resist, and he's like, just about to get out of the cave, and but here actually it is as if I don't know, I kind of see a bit of this like kind of like leaving him without, like, disappearing with no goodbye or no like, and that he's not even supposed to say to turn back to him and to turn behind. Once you're in, well, you're like ascending to heaven, you're not supposed to go back, and like heaven is so pure that you're not supposed to, right?
Okay, I understand. You're saying that Dante should have turned his head back and talked to Virgil, but I'm still trying to figure out what.
I think it was supposed to be like this.
Right. But I'm trying to figure out why Virgil's disappeared. Yes.
I think it's a reflection of Dante's acknowledgement that Virgil is indeed a very thoroughly manly fatherly figure, because a real father, effective father, eventually has to make a very, very clean cut in the father-son relationship in order to send the son to some greatness. And I think even Dante's own father, who kind of disappeared from Dante's life also relatively early in Dante's life, I think also gave Dante a kind of paradigm that his mentor would send him onto his journey, but won't accompany him all the way down.
This is like your father not showing up at your college graduation, okay? You graduated from Yale. It's the biggest thing you've ever accomplished, and your father's like, I don't want to go because I don't want to burden you with I don't want to make you more dependent on me. No, Virgil just run away. Yes.
Well, I mean, my dream is like a little bit similar with him, because I believe maybe Virgil will make Dante feel hesitant.
Okay, guys, stop this. Okay, this is the wrong direction. Okay, Edward.
It's almost that this moment is so divine and so beautiful that Virgil's soul is still too dark to be able to be included in this moment.
Yes, okay, so it's almost like Virgil's afraid of the encounter between Dante and Beatrice, right? Because remember, how he feels about love is it's one of control, one of possession, right? He doesn't actually believe in true love. He only believes in control. So he doesn't want to see Beatrice and Dante together, because then he recognizes that true love exists and it's divine. Anna?
You're the one who hates love in a way, like, so it will be awkward for him to stand there.
Yeah, he wrote the Aeneid in order to disparage love, right? To say that love is a disease. Love can only lead you to hell. And now
he's in hell.
And now he's in hell, but Dante's going to heaven. Love is leading Dante to heaven, right? So this is contradicting,
insult to
right?
him.
So rather than face the fact that he could be wrong, he's like, screw this, I'm gonna run away, okay? All right. What else? So that's one theory, yes.
How about I think Beatrice stands for love, so I think Virgil stands for reason. Maybe Virgil just so fierce. They are just being so scared by being controlled by love. So that's the reason they live.
So maybe, as you point out, Virgil and Beatrice just like it's like magnets, right? Like polarities, right? They just repel each other, okay? But at the same time, Virgil did help Beatrice out, right? So I think one possible explanation is like Virgil does not want to see true love because it just negates his entire worldview. Okay, that I think is a very I think that's the best explanation. Does Virgil want to go to heaven? We know he doesn't want to go because he could go at any time. And now Beatrice is here, and Beatrice owes you a favor, right? So now's the best opportunity in your life to go to heaven. He's like, screw this, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go to hell. Why would he do that? Why would anyone do that? Yes, Damien?
Because heaven's where true love is, and Virgil doesn't want to see that.
Who is Virgil most afraid of? He's afraid of God, right? Why?
He wrote the Aeneid.
Okay, so think about this, okay? God gave the gift of poetry to Aeneid. God chose you, Virgil, no one else, chose you, and then Virgil's like, I'm gonna go make $1 billion doing this, okay? So the last person he wants to see right now is God. Yes?
I want to say, I think that the explanation that we study in Italy,
Okay.
or at least, I mean, maybe it depends also on the teacher sometimes. Like, interpretations can also vary. But I think it's complementary to what we've just said, that Virgil cannot, at least we learn that Virgil cannot enter heaven because heaven is only for the pure. And Virgil, because, I mean, as we said, I mean, he's not only not like people from the outside who have already how do you say been judged, cannot access it. That's at least the way we learn.
Yeah, it's wrong, man. Okay, I'm telling you, what you learn is wrong, because what we learn in this class is there's a man named Ripheus, right? Ripheus. He's in heaven. Not only is he in heaven, but he's one of the great of heavens. Okay, he's up there with David and all the great leaders of human history. He was born, he was a warrior of the Trojan Empire, right? He was there during the Trojan War. Therefore, he could have possibly been a Christian, right? He was not baptized. He was born about 1,000 years before Jesus. So how did he get to heaven?
That's an interesting point. I also might omit or like not fail to remember some other parts of our teaching, but I guess he also had his own role in heaven, or like there might be some reason why he is allowed and other people, but usually, or at least what they teach us is that because Virgil had no reason to be in heaven when there was already someone accompanying, because technically, I mean, he was not even supposed to be in purgatory, but then he
right. Okay. All right. So yeah. So what we learned in this class is that Don is very clear about this. What takes you to heaven is not your belief; it is your actions. Okay, and it's your actions that reveal your belief, right? Because you live a life of hope, love, and faith, then that's Christian. It doesn't matter if you were born before Jesus. And because you live this life, it means you have faith in Jesus. Then that faith baptizes you automatically. Okay? Yes, Edward and Fred.
Could it also be like the ultimate feeling of jealousy for Virgil? Because I don't know, but I don't think in his life he had a Beatrice. Did he have a true love in his life?
If he wrote the Aeneid, obviously not.
Yeah.
Yes. Fred?
I think another thing that is blocking him from heaven or blocking him from being at this ceremony was that for Virgil, like the extremes of good and evil, the extreme of good is about following the destiny set out by the gods and piety. And I think for him, there's no piety in heaven because the story's over. The game is over. The race is run. So for him, it's impossible for him to conceive of goodness that can never be not good, because his whole thing with the Aeneid is fluctuating between following your destiny and being lazy, and following your destiny and being lazy.
Yes, exactly. So that's a great point. Yes. So Virgil can't even conceive of the idea of heaven. If he conceives it as heaven, he can basically invert it, right? For him, heaven would be hell. So he's like, why do I want to go to hell? I'm perfectly happy in limbo. That's my heaven because I'm master of hell, right? Okay, so there are many reasons, but this is again a very important paradox for us. Why does Virgil run away? Okay, and obviously there are many different interpretations. Okay, let's continue.
Okay. Line 55. Dante, though Virgil's leaving you, do not yet weep. Do not weep yet. You'll need your tears for what another sword must yet inflict. Just like an admiral who goes to stern and proud to see the officers who guide the other ships, encouraging their tasks, so on the left side of the chariot, I turned around when I had heard my name, which of necessity I transcribe here. I saw the lady who had first appeared to me beneath the veils of the angelic flowers look at me across the stream.
Okay, stop. Okay, all right. So Dante is obviously heartbroken that his father has run away at the moment of his greatest happiness. Okay? And now Beatrice has come and she's basically like, forget him. He's not important. You will need everything for the next challenge. Okay? How does Dante feel about Beatrice right now? Yes?
He might think Beatrice is very mean.
I think so. That's exactly how it feels. Why? What metaphor tells us that Dante just thinks that Beatrice is just being too stern or too mean?
Just like an admiral who goes to stern and
Exactly,
proud.
right? That's a simile, right? She's just being a boss, right? She's just being imperious. She's just ordering me about, okay? That's how much he loves Virgil. Do you understand this idea? He loves Virgil so much that the moment that anyone says anything bad about Virgil, he gets really angry, even if it's coming from the love of his life, Beatrice. Okay? So again, this is meant to be a tragic moment for Dante. What Dante wanted more than anything else is to ascend to heaven with Virgil. And now Virgil has made his decision to leave him. Okay? And so I don't speculate too much, but just think of like what Dante's trying to do, right? He's trying to create a new paradigm for the world. He's trying to create a new poem for the world. And to do that, he must displace Virgil. Does that make sense? Because at this time in history, everyone's memorizing the Iliad, as today, like everyone in Italy is studying the Divine Comedy, right? But for him to do that, he must show you what the problem is with the Iliad. But he can't convince you because it's like the Iliad is like your mother, your father, okay? And so he has to construct this elaborate journey and this elaborate relationship with Virgil in order to show you that at some point Virgil must leave you if you are to ascend to heaven. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right, let's keep on reading.
Line 67. Although the veil she wore down from her head, which was encircled by Minerva's leaves, did not allow her to be seen distinctly, her stance, still regal and disdainful, she continued, just as one who speaks but keeps until the end the fiercest parts of speech. Look here, for I am Beatrice. I am. How were you able to ascend the mountain? Did you not know that man is happy here? My lowered eyes caught sight of the clear stream, but when I saw myself reflected there, such shame weighed on my brow. My eyes drew back and toward the grass, just as a mother seems harsh to her child. So did she seem to me. How bitter is the savor of stern pity. Her words were done. The angels suddenly sang, In te Domine speravi, but their singing did not go past Pedes meos.
Okay, so how is Dante feeling at this moment?
Shamed.
Shame, right? Regret. All he cares about is the fact that he's lost Virgil, okay? Even Beatrice saying, like, focus on me, Dante, he still can't look at her, okay? He is just so sad that his friend Virgil has abandoned him. Okay, keep on going.
Even line 85, Even as snow among the sap-filled trees along the spine of Italy will freeze when gripped by gusts of the Slavonian winds, then, as it melts, will trickle through itself, that is, if winds breathe north from shadeless lands, just as, beneath the flame, the candle melts. So I, before I'd heard the song of those whose notes always accompany the notes of the eternal spheres, was but without tears and sighs, but when I heard the sympathy for me within their gentle harmonies, as if they'd said, "Lady, why shame him so?" Then did the ice that had restrained my heart become water and breath, and from my breast and through my lips and eyes they issued, anguished. Still standing motionless upon the left side of the chariot, she then addressed the angels who had been compassionate. "You're awake in never-ending day, and neither night nor sleep can steal from you one step the world would take along its way. Therefore, I'm more concerned that my reply be understood by him who weeps beyond, so that his sorrow's measure match his sin. Not only through the work of the great spheres which guide each seed to a determined end, depending on what stars are its companions, but through the bounty of the godly graces which shower down from clouds so high that we cannot approach them with our vision. He, when young, was such potentially that any propensity innate in him would have prodigiously succeeded had he acted. But where the soil has finer vigor, there precisely, when untilled or badly seeded, will that terrain grow wilder and more noxious. My countenance sustained him for a while, showing my youthful eyes to him. I led him with me toward the way of righteousness. As soon as I, upon the threshold of my second age, had changed my life, he took himself away from me and followed after another. When from flesh to spirit I had risen, and my goodness and my beauty had grown, I was less dear to him, less welcome. He turned his footsteps toward an untrue path. He followed counterfeits of goodness, which will never pay in full what they have promised. Nor did the inspirations I received, with which in dream and otherwise I called him back, help me. He paid so little heed. He fell so far there were no other means to lead him to salvation except this, to let him see the people who were lost. For this I visited the gateway of the dead. To him who guided him above, my prayers were offered, even as I wept. The deep design of God would have been broken if leaf had been crossed, and he had drunk such waters, but had not discharged the debt of penitence that's paid when tears are shed.
Okay, so imagine Dante's emotional state, okay? He's been thinking that this is a great wedding feast between him and Beatrice, right? He had to work so hard to get through Inferno and through Purgatory, and now he thinks that Beatrice will shower praise on him, right? He's like, wow, you got an A+ on your test. Great job, man. What is Beatrice doing instead? Yes, Damien?
Scolding him.
Why?
Because after Beatrice died, Dante married another woman.
Well, I mean, true, but would Beatrice be angry about that? What's she angry about?
He's just upset that that Virgil left. He's crying and
Well, yeah, sure. Dante is upset that Virgil has left, and then Beatrice is saying, hey, let's get going, man. And then Dante is kind of shocked because he's expecting this praise, this love, this adulation from Beatrice. And instead, and so he falls, he's confused, he's in shame, and the angels fly to Beatrice and says, relax, Beatrice, okay? Dante's been through hell, literally been through hell. Like, let's give him a break. And Beatrice is like, you guys shut up too. Like, why is she pissed? Like she's pissed. Why is she pissed?
Because it was her love that caused all of this, that brought him here, that got Virgil in the first place involved with Dante. So
that's not what she's saying, though. That's not what she's saying. What's she saying? She's saying that when we knew each other, your love for me steered you in the right path. But then after I died, you went on the wrong path. And that forced me to come to all the way down to hell to seek Virgil to set you on the right path. okay? And I had to make you go through hell to see the consequences of your sins, right? So what did Donnie do wrong? Yes, Julian?
I guess trust Virgil that much. I love, because, I mean, in this speech, she is talking about Virgil, right?
No, okay. What she said in the speech is this, right? Okay. When we knew each other, you loved me so much, and I put you on the right path. Then I died, and then you went on the wrong path. You went on the path so wrongly that I had to come down and ask Virgil to help you to set you on the right path, and you have to go through hell to see the consequences of what it means to go on the wrong path. What did he do wrong?
Enmeshed in the Guelphs and Ghibellines and all the politics and all of that?
Yeah, so that's one possibility, right? So there are different possibilities. He married, but then like that makes Beatrice seem really petty, right? Because Beatrice married someone else. So what's Donnie gonna do? Just like be chased all his life, right? So I think he's angry about that. It's possible, okay, Donnie participated in internal politics, but that's just the times, okay? Yeah, Fred?
So I guess she's complaining about the double standard that he seems to have set with his love for her, that it was her goodness and beauty while she was alive that gave him a good spark.
Yes.
And she's saying, well, I died, and if Dante knew I'd gone to heaven, how come I'm not even an even bigger inspiration than before? Like, she's saying my goodness and beauty had grown, and yet I was less dear to him, less welcome. Like, I should have been an even stronger star now that I died, but it seemed that he needed his hero to do it instead.
Okay, so let's continue this, okay? This is correct, okay? But I want to elaborate on this. So, when Beatrice was alive, why did Donnie write poetry? Why?
To seduce her or prove his artistic merit.
This is the courtly love tradition, right? So he's trying to express his love, forever love, to Beatrice. After she died, why did he write poetry?
To save himself.
To save himself? How?
By channeling all of the spirits of his hero and his love in order to instruct the rest of the world.
Right, in which case he wouldn't have to go to hell. In which case Beatrice wouldn't have to come down to hell and get Virgil to help him, right? Problem solved. So obviously he did something wrong, right? So when Beatrice was alive, he wrote poetry to express his love for Beatrice. After she died, why did he write poetry? Yes?
Probably for fame and power.
Exactly. Okay? That's where he went wrong. He forgot what the point of poetry was. It's not for fame and power, because if you did that, who'd you end up being?
Virgil.
Virgil. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay? And we know because in the beginning of Purgatory, Dante fell in love with his own shadow, right? And he fell in love with his shadow so much that whenever he saw his shadow, he was really happy, and he walked really slowly so that the other shades could see his shadow. Do you understand this idea? This is where Dante went wrong. When she was alive, he could focus all his attention on her, and that's what made his poetry divine. She died, then all he thought about was competing against his fellow poets and proving that he was the best, right? And so he started to write poetry in order to prove he's superior to everyone else. And that's where he went wrong. And that's why Beatrice had come get Virgil to lead him through hell. Yes? No, I'm finished, yeah.
I was gonna say that I think it was very struck by the fact that he retakes this analogy of like the mom and the child.
Yes.
And I think this analogy precisely, I think, corroborates your point that of this transition from like when Beatrice was still alive, they were kind of equal, right? I mean, they were still both human beings alive. Now, like, Beatrice is kind of in a different sphere, and it's as if she was his mom. And, and in the first part, when he's sad about Virgil disappearing, he's like, going to, like, as if as a child going to his mom, like, crying, because he's afraid. But actually, his mom, and so in that first analogy, his mom is actually Virgil. But then in the second, like when he retakes the analogy, it's Beatrice that is his mom, and so he's like, I'm like your muse.
and you lost me when I died, but the fact that I died, and your faith shouldn't prevent you from using me, having me as a muse even after my death, right?
Right.
So he lost his faith in some
That's
way.
right. Exactly. Yes. Okay. So now let me ask you this question. Why is she doing this? Right? I mean, wouldn't a better strategy be like to first praise him, right? And then point out that, oh, you could improve in this way, right? That's how like we're taught to criticize people, right? Don't do it directly. Don't scold people. Don't be angry at that person. First, criticize this person, and then maybe towards the end, you're like, oh, but there's this one little thing, right? Why is she just pissed? It's like, yes, Bruce.
Yeah, maybe because if people die and they have been prayed by the family, so I think that Dante just cannot like the we can call it. I think Dante just tried to drag her legs, do not let her to go to the heaven, because because they have to pick up Dante, right? She has to pick up.
Why is she pissed at Dante? What was she doing this? Yes.
So linked to free will, where there's two options. It could like break him, and so he would just take another path, or then by his love for Beatrice, he would listen to her and try to improve on himself. Whereas if she would come and just like loving him, there wouldn't be no choice. He would just like love her back. Whereas he's conflicted.
I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, he's been through Inferno and he's been purgatory already, man. Why does he need to improve himself? How else can he improve himself? What does he need to improve himself?
But also, like, before he was seeking a fake image of Beatrice. So now he's here. He needs a choice again. Whereas I'm Beatrice now. Do you want to go with me, or do you want to just, like, because I'm not the Beatrice you thought I was, just go away?
Yes. Okay. Exactly. Yes, Andy.
Could it be because he's maybe treating the peak of purgatory like the finish line, when the finish line is God?
Yes, that's it. What Beatrice is saying to Dante is like, this is the beginning, man. The real challenge is up there. So get your head in the right order, okay? If you're still stuck on fame, you're not gonna be able to do anything in heaven, okay? Remember, what matters, what brought you here, is your love for me. So focus on that, Dante. Does that make sense? But like, again, it's one of tactics, right? Like, why take this tone? Why take this approach? I mean, you could have chosen a much more gentle, diplomatic, softer approach, right? Why choose this scolding approach, like this anger approach? Right? Yes, Fred?
Maybe two suggestions. Maybe one, to test him, and that he's still not completely out of purgatory. So he's actually still in the circle of lust, and so he needs to still feel the heat. And so if she gave him balm from this heat already before he had entered the gates of heaven, she'd be ruining purgatory for him in this sense. So she can't let up even a tiny bit. And also, my mind's not working fast enough, but I'm thinking there has to be something of the Rachel and Leah dream in this interaction where she's saying, look, don't get your knickers in a twist now that you've had sex with Leia. There's still 7 more years. Or
yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, Bruce?
Yeah, maybe just like asking a girlfriend out, and if we get date and the girl just always complain you, why you just don't pick up me earlier, and why you always, maybe just try to show love.
Okay, so let's think about this, okay? So Beatrice is scolding Dante, and the angels around her are saying like, Beatrice, calm down. And Beatrice is like, shut up, man. Why would she do that? Excuse me?
She's mad.
Yeah, and not only that, but like what? But why is she mad? She's mad, and it's like, I'm right to be mad. You understand? Just indignation, right? Just indignation. Okay. Yes.
I could be off base here. I wonder, a poet has a muse and they spend years and years. Dante spent so many years writing his love to Beatrice. Beatrice in real life, this moment is their third time of ever meeting.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And so, does a muse, I understand she's in heaven, God is love, she loves him, but does a muse often love their poets back, or are they just objects of love? And so is it possible that he's coming up and he's like, oh, I love you, and she's like, it's the third time we went, man. Like, got a long way to go till there's love.
I think there are multiple factors at work here, but I think Beatrice thinks she deserves Dante's love. Because if you're the muse, right, you're the one who gave Dante this poetry in the first place. Okay? All right. Yes, Anna?
I wonder if a few reasons, like, first of all, like, Dante couldn't let go of the fact that Virgil has left is one thing. So, like, basically, if I'm the wife and my husband is mourning over his best pal guy, bro, you know, homie, who kind of took over, like, the joy of our wedding, then I'll be pretty pissed, because then I'll be like, well, I'm the bride, and why is Virgil, the homie, the center of my husband's, you know, heart? And then the other one about, like, God is the ultimate one, but he's, like, the wedding day seems to be for him the end of the thing. That will piss me off too. But oh, that's it, like, the wedding day is going to be the best day of my life, and now from now on you're going to go downhill instead of up, like, you know, then I'll be pretty pissed.
Okay, so the fact that Beatrice is angry at Dante suggests what about Beatrice? How does Beatrice feel about Dante?
All that she cares, in a way.
She loves him.
Yeah, dearly, and he's
Right.
not returning that same amount of love.
So I know this is hard for us to appreciate, okay? What Don is saying here is that just indignation comes from a place of love. You understand? This is really important, guys. If you understand these next four cantos, you need to understand this idea. Righteous indignation comes from a place of love. Only it's because you have love that you get angry, right? If you're Beatrice and you're like, I don't care about this guy, right? You're just doing your job. Why are you angry
Damien,
now?
you should hear this.
Yeah, I feel
if
like
I'm angry at you, it's just because I love you.
Exactly. I think coming from mom and teachers, you're like, you have such expectation for your students, and when they're bright and then they make stupid mistakes, you get more mad than ever because you have so much expectation. Like, if I don't care shit about you, like, just go to community college, you know.
That's why you're harsh with
but
us.
yeah, so you're harsh because you love him.
like I get angry a lot, right? Because like I'm expecting you guys to perform and to learn. Yes, Bruce?
Because I've heard there's some girl student that said if you just want to test the boy love you or not, you just piss him off. Let him get angry and try to find out if he can comfort it back, or if he just like to give you the reason, tell you some reason stuff, then just get rid of him. He's not really the person who fall in love with you. But she just comfort you like, oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault. Forgive me. Then I think she cares about you. So maybe that is girl who's trying to test the people by if you're loving him or her.
Okay. All right. So let's continue. Okay.
Canto 31. O you upon the holy stream's far shore, so she turning her speech's point against me, even its edge had seemed too sharp, began, again without allowing interruption. Tell.
Sorry. So did we finish the last canto? What line were we at? Sorry.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry. So sorry about it. Okay.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay, all right. Okay, no worries, man. Let's go on going. Yeah.
Okay. Canto 31. Wait, 31. Okay. O you, upon the holy stream's far shore, so she turning her speech's point against me, even its edge had seemed too sharp, began again without allowing interruption. Tell if this is true, for your confession must be entwined with such self-accusation. My power of speech was so confounded that my voice would move and yet was spent before its organs had released it. She forebore a moment, then she said, "What are you thinking? Reply to me. The water has not yet obliterated your sad memories." Confusion mixed with fear compelled a yes out of my mouth, and yet that yes was such, one needed eyes to make out what it was. Just as a crossbow that is drawn too taut snaps both its cord and bow when it is shot, an arrow meets its mark with feeble force. So caught beneath that heavy weight, I burst, and I let tears and sighs pour forth. My voice had lost its life along its passage out. At this she said, "In the desire for me that was directing you to love the good beyond which there's no thing to draw our longing, what chains were strung, what ditches dug across your path that once you'd come upon them caused your loss of any hope of moving forward? What benefits and what allurements were so evident upon the brow of others that you had need to promenade before them?" After I had withheld a bitter sigh, I scarcely had the voice for my reply, but laboring, my lips gave my words form. Weeping, I answered, "Mere appearances turned me aside with their false loveliness, and soon as I had lost your countenance."
Okay, so Beatrice is saying to Dante, before you loved me, this love led you to the goodness, to God, right? And then after I left, you betrayed me and started to love other things. And then Dante says, yes, I was fooled by shadows. I was fooled by the loveliness of shadows, okay? And you can interpret this many ways. You can include different women, but I think the best way to interpret it is just fame, okay? Because that's Dante's real obsession, fame, okay? Keep on going.
Line 37, "And she, had you been silent or denied what you confess, your guilt would not be less in evidence. It's known by such a judge. But when the charge of sinfulness has burst from one's own cheek, then in our court the whetstone turns and blunts our blade's own cutting edge. Nevertheless, that you may feel more shame for your mistake, and that in time to come, hearing the sirens you may be more strong, have done with all the tears you sowed, and listen. So shall you hear how unto other ends my buried flesh should have directed you. Nature or art had never showed you any beauty that matched the lovely limbs in which I was enclosed. Limbs scattered now in dust, and if the highest beauty failed you through my death, what mortal thing could then induce you to desire it? For when the first arrow of things deceptive struck you, then you surely should have lifted up your wings to follow me. No longer such a thing. No green young girl or other novelty, such brief delight should have weighed down your wings. Awaiting further shafts, the fledgling bird must meet 2 or 3 blows before he learns. But any full-fledged bird is proof against the net that has been spread or arrow aimed.
So what's she saying here? She's saying that, yes, she died, but then what should Dante done? She dies, and what should Dante do now? Yeah, why?
Like Romeo and Juliet, like that's true love, she's saying.
So is she saying Dante should have killed himself?
He should have probably gone to a monastery.
Something like that, yeah. Right? But why?
Because he knew he would probably get distracted, and if he really loved her, he would try and set himself up that he would never lose the love.
No, so she's being very explicit here, okay? After I died, you should have kept on loving me. Why? Yes?
To pray for her?
Well, I mean, you could still do that if you're married to someone else, or if you are writing poetry.
I mean, it's hard to pray for a woman if you're married to someone else. I guess it's like to link it to purgatory, where the more you think about someone, the faster is the way for her. And I think he didn't enough think of Beatrice after her death.
Okay, no, she's being very explicit here. You should have kept on loving me because...
To stay focused on your mission?
No. You should, okay, what she says explicitly, okay, we're running out of time, but like she's explicit about this. She's like, you should have kept on loving me because I am the most beautiful thing in the whole universe, Dante. You're joking, but she actually literally says this, okay? Like
Nature or art had never showed you any beauty that matched.
Yeah,
lovely.
she's like literal about this. Like,
yeah.
I am the most beautiful thing in the universe, Dante. What are you doing, man? Have you no taste? Okay. So again, this is shocking because like this is not what we're expecting, right? All right. Yeah, keep on going.
Line 64. As children, when ashamed, will stand their eyes upon the ground, they listen silently, acknowledging their fault repentantly. So did I stand, and she enjoined me. Since hearing alone makes you grieve so, lift up your beard, and sight will bring you greater tears. There's less resistance in the sturdy oak to its uprooting by a wind from lands of ours or lands of Iarbas than I showed in lifting up my chin at her command. I knew quite well, when she said beard but meant my face, the poison in her argument. When I had raised my face upright, my eyes were able to perceive that the first creatures had paused and were no longer scattering flowers. And still uncertain of itself, my vision saw Beatrice turn toward the animal that is with its two natures but one person.
Okay, so this is a griffin, right? Two natures, one person, that's Jesus. So that's why people think the griffin is Jesus.
Beneath her veil, beyond the stream, she seemed so to surpass her former self in beauty, as here on earth she had surpassed all others. The nettle of remorse so stung me then that those among all others, things that once most lured my love, became most hateful to me. Such self-indictment seized my heart that I collapsed. My senses lack. What I became is known to her who was the cause of it. Then, when my heart restored my outer sense, I saw the woman whom I'd found alone, standing above me, saying, "Hold, hold me."
Okay, so Beatrice scolds him, right? And basically says, "I'm the most beautiful thing in the world, Dante." And what happens to Dante? How does Dante feel about this? What's his response? Yes?
I guess he feels like immediately pretty bad, ashamed, and repentant, but I guess he's kind of getting the hint of happiness because he realizes if she's so mad at me, it's okay. She's embracing me, but slowly. She's like rebuking me in preparation for an embrace.
How does he feel about her saying, "I am the most beautiful thing in the world"? Yes?
So he looked around and said, "Oh wait, she's right.
She's
and
right.
He's so beautiful that everything that I hold dear to is like dirt to me. It's like
Yes.
what's hateful
Okay.
to me."
She's right, okay? And this shows that what really matters, okay, who he is his love for Beatrice, okay? And this is where he's purged now. This is the completion of purgatory. He is now completely purged of all sin. And what has purged of all sin? His love for Beatrice, okay? And remember how in paradise, it's his love for Beatrice that's going to carry him all the way to God. Did you want to comment?
No,
Okay.
I mean, no, I was. It was something earlier I wanted to say as well. I forgot my point. Maybe I can add it.
Yeah, also the comment about how mad she is about stuff makes me think about Shakira. That she got so mad that her husband cheated on her with a very ugly woman. She wrote a song that you trade Rolex for Casio. Yeah, so I think it's kind of the same indignation that Beatrice is showing.
Yeah, and what Don is saying, and it's really interesting, is that true love leads to just indignation, but just indignation leads to also creativity, right? It leads to poetry and creativity. Okay? Right? And that's a Shakira example. She's angry because she actually does love her husband, and this just indignation leads her to create a beautiful a beautiful song. Okay? Yes.
Yeah, I remember my point. I was gonna say that it's especially striking to compare what Beatrice is feeling now to what her usual status in heaven is, which is, I mean, she's in the I don't know the English word, but Rosa de Beati.
Yeah, the red rose.
Exactly. And there, I mean, people are described to be like so in such a high sphere of heaven that they don't even shouldn't even experience this kind of emotion.
That's right.
And because they're so overwhelmed with in a good way, of course, with like God's light, that they are kind of in a different dimension, let's say, of being, of emotions and of feeling. And now she's kind of I think she's being stained, not in a necessarily negative way, by more like human emotions again. When the moment that she sees Dante, and as we said, this feeling, it only shows that actually she does, like this feeling of anger shows that she actually feels love
for Dante, because otherwise she would feel indifferent.
That's right. Okay, so this is really interesting. Okay, so we are in purgatory, and her first speech is one of anger. Do you remember in Paradise her last speech? Do you remember her last speech in Paradise? Was it what emotion was that speech? Do you guys remember? Anger. Okay. Remember how in her last speech she's like, "You Italians are hopeless. You Italians, we send you Henry VII to redeem you, and you guys turn away from him, and you guys are hopeless." Well, I'm going to tell you right now, divine judgment is coming. Okay, so it's one of anger. Okay, so this inverts our understanding of heaven, right? Because we think of heaven as Renee says, one of bliss, one of happiness. But there's a lot of angry people in heaven, okay? Right? Peter's angry of the Catholic Church, and Beatrice is angry about the Italians. Okay, so it's the idea of just indignation, right? It goes against our traditional understanding of Christianity, where you're supposed to like love and forgive and be merciful. And nope, if you're angry, you should be angry. Okay, all right, let's keep on going.
Line 91. Then, when my heart restored my outer sense, I saw the woman whom I found alone, standing above me, saying, "Hold, hold me." She plunged me up to my throat in the river, and drawing me behind her, she now crossed, light as a gondola, along the surface. When I was near the blessed shore, I heard Asparagus May, so sweetly sung that I cannot remember, or much less to transcribe it. The lovely woman opened wide her arms. She clasped my head, and then she thrust me under to that point where I had to swallow water. That done, she drew me out and let me bathed into the dance of the four lovely women, and each one placed her arm above my head. Here we were nymphs, in heaven's stars. Before she had descended to the world, we were assigned as her handmaids to Beatrice. Will be your guides unto her eyes, but it will be the three beyond who see me deeply, who'll help you penetrate her joyous light. So singing they began, then leading me together with them to the griffin's breast, where Beatrice turned toward us stood, they said, "So that you're not sparing of your gaze, before you we have set those emeralds from which love once had aimed his shafts at you. 1,000 longings burning more than flames compelled my eyes to watch the radiant eyes that, motionless, were still fixed on the griffin. Just like the sun within a mirror, so the double-natured creature gleamed within, now showing me, and now the other guise. Consider, reader, if I did not wonder when I saw something that displayed no movement, though its reflected image kept on changing, and while full of astonishment and gladness, my soul tasted that food which, even as it quenches hunger, spurs the appetite. The other three, whose stance showed me to be the members of a higher troop, advanced, and to their chant they danced angelically. Turn, Beatrice, O turn your holy eyes upon your faithful one, their song beseeched, who, that he might see you, has come so far. Out of your grace, do us this grace, unveil your lips to him, so that he may discern the second beauty you have kept concealed. O splendor of eternal living light, who's ever grown so pale beneath Parnassus's shade, and has drunk so deeply from its fountain, that he'd not seem to have his mind confounded, trying to render you as you appeared where heaven's harmony was your pale likeness, your face seen through the air and veiled completely.
Okay, so remember, the idea here is that what redeems Dante, at the end of the day, it's not going through Inferno and Purgatory. This is part of the process. It's not going through those 7 terraces of Purgatory. What redeems him is remembering his complete and utter love for Beatrice. It's love that redeems him. Okay, this is really important. But you have to go through this process in order for Beatrice to awaken this love in him. Okay, so now we go to Canto 32. And here, I want Carol to read all of it, and then Renee will translate for us, okay? And this is a very important canto because this is a rewriting of the Book of Revelation, okay? This is the rewriting of the Book of Revelation by Dante. All right, and so this is the apocalypse.
Okay. My eyes were so insistent, so intent on finding satisfaction for their 10-year thirst that every other sense was spent. And to each side my eyes were walled in by indifference to all else. With its old net, the holy smile so drew them to itself. when I was forced to turn my eyes leftward by those three goddesses because I heard them warning me, you stare too fixedly, and the condition that afflicts the sight when eyes have just been struck by the sun's force left me without my vision for a time. But when my sight became accustomed to lesser sensations, that is lesser than the mighty force that made my eyes retreat, I saw the glorious army. It had wheeled around and to the right. It had turned east. It faced the seven flames and faced the sun. Just as protected by its shields, a squadron will wheel to save itself around its standard until all of its men have changed direction. So here all troops of the celestial kingdom within the vanguard passed in front of us, before the chariot swung around the pole shaft. Back to the wheels the ladies then returned, and though the griffin moved the blessed burden, when he did that, none of his feathers stirred. The lovely lady who'd helped me ford Leith, and I and Stacy, is following the wheel that turned right round the inner, smaller arc, were slowly passing through the tall woods, empty, because one who had believed the serpent, our pace was measured by angelic song. The space we covered could be matched perhaps by 3 flights of an unleashed arrow shafts when Beatrice descended from the chariot. Adam, I heard all of them murmuring, and then they drew around a tree whose every branch had been stripped of flowers and of leaves. As it grows higher, so its branches spread wider, it reached a height that even in their forest would amaze the Indians. Blessed are you whose beak does not, O griffin, pluck the sweet-tasting fruit that is forbidden and then afflicts the belly that has eaten. So round the robust tree, the others shouted, and the two-natured animal, thus is the seed of every righteous man preserved. And turning to the pole shaft he had pulled, he drew it to the foot of the stripped tree, and with a branch of that tree tied the two. Just like our plants, that when the great light falls on earth, mixed with the light that shines behind the stars of the celestial fishes, swell with buds, each plant renews its coloring before the sun has yoked its steeds beneath another constellation. So the tree whose boughs before had been so solitary was now renewed, showing a tint that was less than a rose, more than the violet. I do not understand the hymn that they then sang. It is not sung here on this earth, nor drowsy did I listen to the end. Could I describe just how the ruthless eyes whose long wakefulness cost them so dear, hearing the tale of Syrinx, fell asleep? Then, like a painter painting from a model, I draw the way in which I fell asleep, but I refrain. Let one more skillful paint. I move, therefore, straight to my waking time. I say that radiance rent the veil of sleep, and so as did a voice, rise up, what are you doing? Even as Peter, John, and James, when brought to see the blossoms of the apple tree, whose fruit abets the angels hungering, providing endless wedding feasts in heaven, were overwhelmed by what they saw, but then hearing the word that shattered deeper sleeps, arose and saw their fellowship was smaller, since Moses and Elijah now had left, and saw a difference in their teacher's dress. And I woke and saw, standing above me, she who before, compassionate, had guided my steps along the riverbank. Completely bewildered, I asked, "Where is Beatrice?" And she, beneath the boughs that were renewed, she seated on the root of that tree. See the company surrounding her. The rest have left behind the griffin. They have climbed on high with song that is more sweet, more deep. I do not know if she said more than that, because by now I had in sight one who excluded all things other from my view. She sat alone upon the simple ground, left there as guardian of the chariot I'd seen the two-formed animal tie fast. The 7 nymphs encircled her as garland, and in their hands they held the lamps that cannot be extinguished by the north or south winds. Here you shall be a while a visitor, but you shall be with me and without end, Rome's citizen, the Rome in which Christ is Roman, and thus to profit that world which lives badly, watch the chariot steadfastly, and when you have returned beyond, transcribe what you have seen. Thus Beatrice and I, devoutly at the feet of her commandments, set mind and eyes where she had wished me to.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is now the book of Revelation, okay? Donnie's rewriting the book of Revelation starting at lines 109, okay?
Okay. Never has lightning fallen with Never has lightning fallen with such swift motion from a thick cloud when it descends from the most distant limit in the heavens, as did the bird of Jove that I saw swoop down through the tree, tearing the bark as well as the new leaves and the new flowering. It struck the chariot with all its force. The chariot twisted like a ship that's crossed by seas that now storm starboard and now port. I then saw, as it leapt into the body of that triumphal chariot, a fox that seemed to lack all honest nourishment. But as she railed against its squalid sins, my lady forced the fox to flight as quick as stripped of flesh its bones permitted it. Then I could see the eagle plunge again down through the tree into the chariot and leave it feathered with its plumage. And just like a voice from an embittered heart, a voice issued from heaven saying this, "Oh, my small bark, your freight is wickedness." Then did the ground between the two wheels seem to me to open. From the earth a dragon emerged. It drove its tail up through the chariot, and like a wasp, when it retracts its sting, drawing its venom tail back to itself, it dragged part of the bottom off and went its way undulating. And what was left was covered with the eagle's plumes, perhaps offered with sound and kind intent, much as grass covers fertile ground, and the pole shaft and both wheels were recovered in less time than mouth must be kept open when one sighs. Transfigured so, the saintly instrument grew heads, which sprouted from its parts. 3 grew upon the pole shaft, and 1 at each corner. The 3 were horned like oxen, but the 4 had just a single horn upon their foreheads. Such monsters never have been seen before. Just like a fortress set on a steep slope, securely seated there and girt, a whore, whose eyes were quick to rove, appeared to me, and I saw at her side, erect, a giant who seemed to serve as her custodian, and they again embraced each other. But when she turned her wandering wanton eyes to me, then that ferocious Amador beat her from head to foot. Then swollen with suspicion, fierce with anger, he untied the chariot-made monster, dragging it into the woods so that I could not see either the whore or the strange chariot beast.
Okay, so could you start from line 109, Renee? Okay, so this is the book of Revelation, okay?
Non scese mai con sì veloce moto fuoco di spessa nube quando piove da quel confine che più vale moto. Come io vidi calar l'uccel di Giove per l'alber giù, rompendo della scorza, nonché di fiori e delle foglie nove, e ferì il carro di tutta sua forza, ond'el piegò come nave infortuna, vinta da l'onda o da poggia o da orza. Poscia vidi avventarsi nella cuna del trionfal veicolo una volpe che d'ogni pasto buon parea digiuna. Ma riprendendo lei di laide colpe, la donna mia la volse in tanta futa, quando sofferser l'ossa senza polpe. Poscia per indi ond'era pria venuta. L'aguglia vidi scender giù nell'arca del carro e lasciar lei di sé pennuta. E qual esce di cuor che si rammarca, tal voce uscì dal cielo e cotal disse, «O navicella mia, con mal se carca». Poi parve a me che la terra s'aprisse, d'ambo le ruote, e vidi uscirne un drago, che per lo carro su la coda fisse. E come vespa che ritragge l'ago, a sé traendo la coda maligna, trasse del fondo e gissen vago vago. Quel che rimase, come da gramigna vivace terra, della piuma offerta forse con intenzion sana e benigna, si ricoperse e funne ricoperta, e l'una e l'altra rota e il temo, intanto che più tiene un sospir la bocca aperta. Trasformato così, l'edificio santo mise fuor teste per le parti sue, 3 sovra al temo e una in ciascun canto. Le prime eran cornute come bue, ma le 4 un sol corno avevan per fronte. Simile mostro visto ancor non fue. Sicura, quasi rocca in alto monte, seder soverso una puttana sciolta, ma parve con le ciglia intorno pronte. E come perché non gli fosse tolta, vidi di costa a lei dritto un gigante, e basciavansi insieme alcuna volta. Ma perché l'occhio cupido e vagante a me rivolse, quel feroce drudo la flagellò del capo infin le piante. Poi di sospetto pieno d'ira crudo, disciolse il mostro e trasse per la selva tanto che il sol di lei mi fece scudo, alla puttana e alla nuova belva.
Okay, so Renee, have you guys studied this, the section? What is this section saying?
Oh, I don't remember if I studied this.
Okay.
Not, but yeah.
Okay, so this is the book of Revelation, okay? And so Beatrice is telling Dante, observe what's happening, because this is the past, the present, and the future. And so if we believe that the griffin is Jesus, the griffin is what takes the chariot to earth, okay? The chariot is now the church, right? The beginnings of the Catholic Church. And all this imagery, it's showing us the history of the Catholic Church. So starting in line 109, 112, the bird of Jove sweeps in and attacks the chariot, okay? So this is the Christian church, early church under Roman persecution. Then what happens is that there is a fox and the fox represents early Christian heresy, okay? Then you have the eagle plunge into the chariot and become part of the chariot, and that, of course, represents the Roman Empire as Constantine's donation to the Catholic Church. So now empire and church are one and the same, and that distorts the character of the church. Then you have a dragon emerge. What is a dragon in the book of Revelation? Do you guys know?
Satan.
The Antichrist. Okay? The Antichrist. The dragon is the Antichrist. It's Satan, basically. But it's a pope that pretends to fight for the church, but which corrupts the church, okay? So now the church is being corrupted from within. And the history keeps on going, and it shows the constant corruption of the church. And then towards the end, we have a whore emerge. This is, of course, a whore of Babylon. And emerging with the whore is a giant that ultimately beats her up, okay? And what scholars agree on is this whore represents Florence, the city of Florence, which exiled Dante. The giant represents the Holy Roman Empire. So in the beginning, it seems that the Holy Roman Empire has allied with Florence against the Pope, and this, of course, are the Ghibellines. But then later on, the Holy Roman Empire will betray and destroy Florence. Okay, so this is the vision. And it is one, again, of just anger, fear, and hatred. And this is not what we're expecting. We're expecting like a happy wedding, okay? This is not at all what we expected. What's going on here? Why do we have the book of Revelation in the Divine Comedy? And this is like right before they go to heaven, guys. What's going on here?
Because Revelation essentially is about prophecy of the future before the second coming of Christ, sort of. And so it's like before heaven on earth, or before we go to heaven, it's revelations. It's all these war and fights and battles and all these purging and cleansing and claiming of authorities between the Antichrist and Christ.
But what does anger do in a place of love? Do you understand?
It totally makes sense because Jesus got really angry all the time in the Bible.
Yeah.
But most of the time was because he went into the temple with the Jewish people that he's yelling at them because he's like, you have turned my temple into a place of a market. So he like goes into a rampage and throws stuff. So it's kind of like what's retribution to the church is what Jesus is doing too. Like.
Okay, let's do a thought experiment, okay? Let's imagine Dante writes this, and a Buddhist monk, okay? A Buddhist monk reads this, and he's disturbed by the anger in this Divine Comedy. And so they have tea together, and the Buddhist monk says, why can't you show compassion to the people on this planet? These kings, these queens. Ultimately, it's for naught. It doesn't really matter, right? Because all this is just an illusion. So show sympathy, show compassion to these people. And it is your mercy, your forgiveness, your love that is divine. Right? Is that what Buddhists say? I'm not a Buddhist, so I don't know. That's what I think they say.
Yes, everything is an illusion, but then you have to go to the consequence of it. If there's no just indignation or retribution, then people will keep acting that way.
Anna?
God is ultimately compassion and love, but yet God is mad all the time in Old Testament. So like anger, wrath, retribution does not conflict with love, because it is exactly like a father punishing or disciplining his kid. It's out of love.
Okay, but then the Buddhist monk is like, wrath, anger is poison, right? The more anger, wrath you have, the more poison you become. So what good can come from your anger and your wrath? Yes?
It's cleansing again, because there's wrath in hell, obviously, as we know, right? And the way to not engage with wrath is walk around it, otherwise you add to it. But it almost seems to be an exception when it comes to God himself, that's having wrath all the time, right? So then the question, the paradox is, why is God mad, right?
No, but then the point is, don't be mad. God will be mad. Let God handle it, right? So just cleanse yourself of your anger. Don't get angry. Focus on compassion. Yes?
Because Dante, essentially in exile, he's mad at Florentine and all the church is doing, and he probably heard this from a lot of people, but like, leave God, like retribution to God, and he will do the justice. But like we discussed before, he's so mad at people who are so heavenly bound that they're not earthly good. So then, like, he's mad that no consequence is coming to the Catholic Church at this point, and so he wants it to, do something about the present
Okay,
world.
but that just shows Dante is a very petty person then, right? It's like he wants vengeance. Yeah, Carol?
If there's no just indignation, then Dante wouldn't have written the Divine Comedy.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. It is this just indignation that propelled his creativity. It's what led him to write the Divine Comedy. Remember, love leads to just indignation. His love for Florence leads to his anger that he was exiled by Florence. And now he's like, I want God to punish the Florentines. And this anger is what leads him to write the Divine Comedy. But then we have a paradox, which is like, okay, but then why is there wrath in hell and why is there wrath in purgatory? Clearly it's a sin, right? That's confusing now. Wrath leads you to creativity. It's coming from a place of love, but at the same time you're being punished for it. Julian, then Edward, then Fred.
I feel like anger would just be an expression of yourself, but it wouldn't really lead to change of other people, just change for yourself, because Jesus' anger, for example, for the Jewish people didn't really change the Jewish people, right? It only expressed his anger for the people, but and maybe like made his disciples maybe more believe in him, but it didn't change anything for the people he was angry about. So I feel like anger wouldn't really be the solution.
Okay, yeah, okay, so you're agreeing with the Buddhist monk. Anger's not the solution, yes. Edward?
Is it that wrath is wrong, but wrath can be justified if it's divinely aligned?
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Like in regular, ordinary life, wrath for, I don't know, because I'm annoyed and frustrated about something. This is a problem of me projecting on someone else. But if it is truly, and I suppose only God can judge this, if it is truly from a place of pure love and therefore divinely aligned, then wrath in this context can be justified.
Okay. All right. Sure. Fred?
I have to say that I don't think there's any wrath in paradise. Like, I think to human minds, divine justice and the action of the just to human minds seems like anger. And probably if you were God and really powerful, you'd think, how should I come across such that my message has an effect? But I really don't think God, or in fact Beatrice, is like that angry. They just are trying to take the path of greatest efficacy.
Okay.
So like, there's wrath in purgatory, wrath in hell, but the wrath in heaven is just what Dante perceives as anger. Like, this all seems like violent to Dante, but is really just metaphorical violence.
Okay, so again, the thing about Divine Comedy that's very important for us to remember is that we have the intuition to understand everything, okay? So if we're not able to express ourselves clearly, if it's not Occam's razor, elegant, then we're not approaching the truth enough. Okay, so I understand. Yes, maybe we're not interpreting it properly, but no, I think there's something else going on. Damien?
The anger in heaven might have come from a place of love, but the wrath in like hell and purgatory might be coming from like your temper.
Andy?
I've been wrestling about this idea of like, if the world around us is poor, it is unjust. A lot of Dante's individuality would be like, yeah, just be aligned with God and stuff like that. But Dante's wrath seems to be in this same scenario of like the Catholic Church is led by the Antichrist, and that's
Yes.
an unjust situation on earth.
Yes.
And where we're like, hey, I don't like this president, or there's this bad social situation going on. Dante's taking that for the most ultimate cause, which is the Antichrist is leading the flock astray. And so I need to not just get myself aligned with Christ, with God, but I need to fix this social
Yes.
situation as well.
Yes, exactly. Okay, that's exactly right. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that at least the way we're taught, it's or at least in heaven, paradise, there is no anger. Then of course, like souls are able to feel anger, like Beatrice, for example. But there is no need for anger in paradise, and paradise is kind of the destination, the ultimate destination of what everyone should aspire to. And my understanding of this is that anger is only good insofar as it is a means to set people on the right path towards the destination of no anger. So anger is only good insofar as it is a means to the place with no anger.
Okay, so again, there's a lot of anger in paradise. Okay, so I want to elaborate on Andy's point because Andy got it completely right. Look, compare and contrast. Okay, back in Donnie's time, the corruption of the church were like the Antichrist. Let's go and do something about it. Right? Today, look at the world around us. Right? Blatant corruption, blatant inequality. Donald Trump is president, for God's sake, and we're like, let's go watch porn, guys. Yeah, let's go watch porn. Oh, let's play video games. Let's, like that's literally what we're doing. Okay? So the issue is not anger. The issue is how we choose to channel anger. Okay? Yeah, Damien?
I would just like to ask, like, who was the Antichrist at that time?
The Pope. Donnie thought the Antichrist was the Pope. Pope Boniface. Okay? Look, yeah, David?
I think by putting the church militant behind church triumphant, and putting the conflict and anger and chaos right at the end of purgatory reveals Dante's eventual pessimistic attitude toward human society. Although he believed in the harmonious development, eventual salvation of individual, maybe he has still quite a and calling his work Commedia, he still think that human society is not able to save itself.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's talk about wrath, okay? This is really important for us to understand. So wrath is punished in hell, right? Anger is punished in hell by what? By boiling, right? So you are being boiled in a lake. Now, there are two types of angry people. There are people who are just angry, but there are people who hide their anger or they suppress their anger. And the worst are those who suppress their anger because they are drowning. They're suffocating inside this lake that's boiling, okay? Okay, that's hell. Then you have purgatory, and it's black smoke, which blinds you, right? Okay? So that's what Don is saying here. Anger, if it's not channeled correctly, if it's not directed towards justice, it blinds you. It festers, and it corrupts you, and you suffocate under it. But if anger is directed towards justice, towards, as Edward says, towards a divine alignment, towards love, then that's a good thing. Do you understand? There's nothing wrong with anger. It's how anger is used, how anger is channeled, right? Dante is angry at the church. Dante is angry at Florence, so Dante is angry at his enemies, and that's what leads him to write the Divine Comedy, right? Because where do his enemies go? They go in hell. Where do his friends go? They go in purgatory. What does he do to the Catholic Church? He basically condemns them to to a prophecy, and then Florence, will be a whore that will be destroyed by the giant, okay? That's how you should use your anger. Don't watch porn, guys. Go write poetry. Is that a revelation? Are you? Okay? Right? Yes, Brad?
I'm just thinking about the future. Anger is super useful, but I find that because young people today are getting more and more sensitive, anger makes them disassociate. So I'm thinking that in my mission for the future, I probably want to try and psyops people into being better and not be angry at them.
You're taking action. That's right. That's what we should all be doing, okay? Don't be like, there's nothing I can do about it, and I don't be angry because angry makes me look bad. And people will say, oh, don't be angry, go see a therapist, right? Like, oh, are you angry? You should be on Valium. Oh, are you angry? Oh, yeah?
I'm more asking, how would you advise people in my generation to present their anger? Because I feel like being angry now drives people away even more. So I'm thinking that even if I'm angry inside, I don't want to hide my anger, but like, I have to be so seductive to people to change them now, because any condemnation immediately shuts people off.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, continuing off his question is, what I hear a lot is the "how dare you" meme, like is how people now show anger, and I think that's not the right way to channel. So it's follow up to his question.
Look, clearly I'm an angry young man, okay? I'm not young anymore, but I'm clearly an angry person. And I'm angry because I have 3 kids who are growing up in this screwed up world, right? We're led by idiots. There's so much corruption, inequality in this world, and all they're doing is screwing things up even more, right? And so I'm angry, and I have 3 young kids, and I'm like, I need to channel this anger in creating a better world for my 3 young kids. And the only thing I can do is teach, right? I need to take action. I can't be at home making YouTube videos all day and complaining about it, right? I could make a lot of money doing this, guys, okay? Seriously, I could be doing geopolitical analysis and bitching about the world, and I would have a huge audience. But I'm like, no, I need to take action. So rather than like go bitch about it, let me do something about it and teach Dante to the world so that you could be inspired to take action yourself, to expand your imagination, to learn the power of love, to show compassion, empathy to others, and take action for yourself. And that's why I tell you, what I want from you in this class is to lead this class and teach it to someone else. Right? It could be you could become a teacher, which would be great. But you can also just, like Carol, teach it to Damien, right? And Damien could teach it to, your brother, right? And if you just do it this way, over time, the world is going to change for the better. And I already see it because I see all the changes in you guys. Okay? Did you want to? I know. We'll finish at 4, okay? Okay? But that's what Donnie's saying here. Be angry. Anger comes from a place of love, but channel your anger into action that benefits humanity, okay? And that's why he wrote the Divine Comedy.
Yeah. I think something that we need to be particularly aware about, especially today for youth, is that there is a tendency, at least in my opinion, at least as far as I've noticed, there is a tendency that is becoming more and more widespread to make extremes look good, or like to think that it's fine and okay and even wise and reasonable to pursue extremes, or that it's a cool thing. And I think we should, if there's something that we should at least try to go back to, is to appreciate nuance always. And I don't know, personally, a lot of the anger I see in youth today, because like as we said, like the world is so screwed up, right? And there are so many problems, arguably more than in the past few decades. We need to like resist the temptation to, just because we are so angry to just be radical. We should resist that temptation and stay in nuance and in always seeing both sides, and there's still ways of channeling that anger without always shouting, because like I feel like there is like now it's such a fashion now to like shout in a metaphorical way, of course.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Okay, so this is the last canto, guys, okay? We've come to it. We've come to the very last canto. We've done it. We've read the entire Divine Comedy, all right? But here we go, the very last canto of Purgatory.
Weeping, the women then began, now 3, now 4, alternately to psalm gently, Deus venerunt gentis. And at this, sighing and full of pity, Beatrice was changed. She listened, grieving little less than Mary when, beneath the cross, she wept. But when the 7 virgins had completed their psalm, and she was free to speak erect, her coloring like ardent fire, she answered, Modicum et non vedebitis me, et iterum, sisters, delightful to me, modicum et vos vedebitis me. Then she set all the 7 nymphs in front of her and signaled me, the lady and the sage who had remained, to move behind her. So she advanced, and I do not believe that she had taken her 10th step upon the ground before her eyes had struck my eyes, and gazing tranquilly, Pray, come more quickly, she said to me, so that you're more ready to listen to me should I speak to you. As soon as I, responding to my duty, had joined her, she said, Brother, why not try, since now you're at my side, to query me? Like those who, speaking to superiors too reverently, do not speak distinctly, not drawing their clear voice up to their teeth, so did I speak with sound too incomplete when I began. Lady, you know my need to know, and know how it can be appeased. And she to me, I'd have you disentangle yourself from this point on from fear and shame, that you no longer speak like one who dreams. Know that the vessel which the serpent broke was and is not, but he whose fault it is may rest assured. God's vengeance fears no hindrance. The eagle that had left its plumes within the chariot, which then became a monster and then a prey, will not forever be without an heir, for I can plainly see, and thus I tell it, stars already close at hand, which can't be blocked or checked, will bring a time in which, dispatched by God, a 510 and 5 will slay the whore together with that giant who sins with her. And what I tell, as dark as Sphinx and Themis, may leave you less convinced, because like these it tires the intellect with quandaries. But soon events themselves will be the naiads that clarifies its obstinate enigma, but without injury to grain or herds. Take note, and even as I speak these words, do not transmit them in your turn to those who live the life that is a race to death. And when you write them, keep in mind that you must not conceal what you've seen of the tree that now has been despoiled twice over here. Whoever robs or rends that tree offends with his blaspheming action. God, for he created it for his sole use wholly. For tasting of that tree, the first soul waited 5,000 years and more in grief and longing for him, who on himself avenged that taste. Your intellect's asleep if it can't see how singular is the cause that makes that tree so tall and makes it grow invertedly. And if, like waters of the Elsa, your vain thoughts did not encrust your mind, if your delight in them were not like Paramus staining the mulberry, you'd recognize in that tree's form and height the moral sense God's justice had when he forbade trespass. But since I see your intellect is made of stone and petrified, grown so opaque, the light of what I say has left you dazed, I'd also have you bear my words within you, if not inscribed, at least outlined, just as the pilgrim staff is brought back wreathed with palm. And I, even as wax the seals impressed, where there's no alteration in the form, so does my brain now bear what you have stamped. But why does your desired word ascend so high above my understanding that the more I try, the more am I denied? That you may recognize, she said, the school that you have followed, and may see if what it taught can comprehend what I have said, and see that, as the earth is distant from the highest and the swiftest of the heavens, so distant is your way from the divine. And I replied to her, I don't remember making myself a stranger to you, nor does conscience gnaw at me because of that. And if you can't remember that, she answered, smiling, then call to mind how you today have drunk of Lethe, And if smoke is proof of fire, then it is clear we can conclude from this forgetfulness that in your will there was a fault. Your will had turned elsewhere. But from now on, the words I speak will be naked. That is appropriate if they would lay bare before your still crude sight. More incandescent now, with slower steps, the sun was pacing the meridian, which alters with the place from which it's seen. When just as one who serves as escort for a group will halt if he has come upon things strange or even traces of strangeness, the 7 ladies halted at the edge of a dense shadow such as mountains cast, beneath green leaves and black boughs on cold banks. In front of them, I seemed to see Euphrates and Tigris issuing from one same spring, and then, as friends do, separating slowly. O light, O glory of the human race, what water is this, flowing from one source and then becoming distant from itself? Her answer to what I had asked was, ask Matilda to explain this. And the lovely lady, as one who frees herself from blame, replied, he's heard of this and other matters from me, and I'm sure that Leith's waters have not obscured his memory of this. And Beatrice, perhaps some greater care, which often weakens memory, has made his mind, in things regarding sight, grow dark. But see, you know, as it flows from there, lead him to it, and, as you're used to doing, revive the power that is faint in him. As with the noble soul, which offers no excuse, but makes another's will its own, as soon as signs reveal that will, just so, when she had taken me, the lovely lady moves forward. And she said, with womanly courtesy to Statius, come with him. If, reader, I had ampler space in which to write, I'd sing, though incompletely, that sweet draught from which my thirst was limitless. But since all of the pages predisposed for this, the second canticle, are full, the curb of art will not let me continue. From that most holy wave I now return to Beatrice, remade, as new trees are renewed when they bring forth new boughs. I was pure and prepared to climb unto the stars.
Okay, so now Dante has been completely purified and purged of all sin, of all doubt. He is fully committed to his love for Beatrice, and now they will climb to the stars. They talk about the tree of knowledge. Why did God let us eat the fruit from the tree? Yes?
Because the gift was free will to Adam and Eve, and I think that there's only one real choice you can make in life freely, and that's whether you want to know whether things are good or bad or not.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just like a monkey or a cattle or whatever.
That's right. Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right. So that is it, guys. We have done the complete Divine Comedy. Any questions about today? Are we clear about what Dante's message is? I know this is what you were taught in school, but you know, we do things differently here. Any questions or thoughts? Do you have any questions? Because it's a completely counter to what you learned in school, right?
Maybe if you could like reiterate explaining like what is the sense of like because first you read heaven first or hell?
We read paradise first.
Paradise, then inferno, and then purgatory.
We finished with purgatory, yes.
Yes. So maybe I was just if you could like explain briefly about that.
Yeah, so for us, what's really important is for us to appreciate the cosmology of Dante. And to do that, you have to go to paradise first, because then he tells you everything about how he believes the cosmos works, right? You start off in hell, you're confused because you think the teacher is Virgil, and a lot of things that Virgil says are actually not true. If you end up in paradise first, then you can see that Virgil is not a reliable guide. Okay, and then Bruce.
Yeah, because as you know, in this chapter, we can know from this chapter about Revelation, but Revelation actually is also kind of prediction. It's kind of a predict to a human being. So I think maybe it's your time for you to try to predict the future according to this chapter.
Okay.
Just like Revelation does. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So I want to finish with one final remark, and that is how Dante designs Divine Comedy. So we've been to purgatory. Now I hope by yourself you go to heaven, okay? At the end of heaven, where do you go after heaven? You go to hell? Okay. Yes?
God, and you become like very close to God.
And that's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what most people are taught. But again, Dante is revolutionary because he doesn't believe that. Okay. So let's look at the last two words of purgatory. What are the last two words? The stars, right? And in Italian's the same, right?
As also the Inferno and all three. Yeah.
Okay, so here in purgatory, it's the stars, right? And in Inferno, what's the last two words? The stars, right? In paradise, what's the last two words? Why would it be like that? Yes, Damien?
Because there are a lot of stars.
Yeah, there's infinite, right? The journey never ends. One destination only leads to another journey. Then when you finish that journey, then a journey starts, okay? So another reason why I want to do Paradise first is to show you this journey will never end, okay? Hopefully you'll go back and read Paradise again, and then you'll see, when you read Paradise again, you'll see it completely differently, okay? So it's meant to be a loop, it's meant to be eternity, but it's also meant to be infinity, okay? Yes, Damien?
I'd just like to ask, what did the Pope do to make Dante hate him so much?
So at this time in history, the Catholic Church is divided into many different factions, and they're fighting over who should be the legitimate Pope. And right now there are two major centers of Catholic power. There's one in Rome, of course, where the Catholic Church is based, but there's also one based in Avignon, which is sponsored by the Holy Roman Emperor, okay? And this is leading to wars throughout the entire of Italy. And so Don is concerned about the factional struggles within the Catholic Church. But also at this point in history, the Catholic Church is extremely corrupt. You can buy indulgences, and this will get you access to purgatory, even though you could be the worst person in the world. If you just have enough money, you can always buy your way into heaven. And Don just finds this appalling. And then there's like a million things that Donnie is pissed about. Yes. Fred?
So I'm drawn to action definitely by the study and reading of this, of the Divine Comedy. My action is basically directed towards increasing the free will of everybody in the world, trying to fight against wrong ideas, biases that are forcefully spread on people and that they pick up. What would your tips and short advice be to me and other people who are trying to act towards this end? So if I want to increase the free will of other people, there's teaching, which you do amazingly, but I don't know if I'm a teacher. But if I'm trying to invent something or create something, what principles should I keep in mind?
Okay, so this is a great segue to our next section, okay, the final section, which is self-reflection. And so maybe yeah, we can engage in a process of self-reflection. And if you need to run or something. Okay, all right. So we are finished Divine Comedy. And I just want to hear how you think you've changed or felt these past 2 weeks, okay? So would anyone like to start? And I'll answer your question eventually, Fred, okay? But first I want to go through this reflection circle, and then we'll discuss what's next. Okay. Who would like to start? Yes?
Say what how learning this 2 weeks. So I had to say that before I attend this program, I really regard those literary works, read and long times ago. It's like a miracle that's quite distant for me. And after joining this program, I think I know the reason why those works are masterpiece and can like be really famous and well spread to the world, because I quite understand about their wisdom in it. Like for example, I know some kind of motivation that truly come from my heart that can lead me to do something in the world rather than like being manipulated by some like other social factors. And also for me, this program for me, like in the future, it's also kind of important because, honestly speaking, my intended major is probably artificial intelligence and some data science major. So, yeah. Like,
It's a dead end.
What?
It's a dead end. Like I'm telling you right now, it's a dead end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's say. And I know that like maybe like a few days ago we had talk about that AI might be alchemy, and I will try my best to do not let this come true in the future like that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Who's next? Who would like to? If you don't speak, I'm just gonna call on you. Okay. Let's start with Francois.
This course I did lost the sense of time. It went like super fast, and our attention was really focused into knowledge, self-improvement. So like we didn't think about like, oh, I'm on vacation or I have other things to do. I do feel a bit lighter. But a thing about me in this book, I feel like I didn't start from zero. There are still some topics I understood before starting reading this book, especially about love, I feel like. And so even though I'm new to the whole spirituality, especially the Christian aspect of this book, it didn't transform me that much. But it is also a nice sensation of hope just to see this class come together, people from different ages, different cultures, to see that everyone shows up every day and try to participate and make this class better, is really rewarding. And like, this not only about the book but also the class just was very interesting. Also about dreaming. I wasn't the only guy that dreamt a lot, especially the last few days, which like surprised me. Whether I had a dream yesterday night, I don't know if we have time to share it, but
go ahead, share it.
I found it quite interesting, and it is at first I thought it was quite limited, but it is interesting. So it started from me meeting a very good friend of mine in primary school. So it's been like almost 7 or 8 years I didn't see him. And it was a good friend, so a positive energy and also nostalgic. So I go to his house and we start talking, just like, like catching the time. And he started talking about his girlfriend he had, and he got a bit emotional. And yeah, it didn't quite end well for him. So yeah, I was a bit here for him. And then we went on a walk outside in the neighborhood close to my house, and I really recognized this, like, the spot, even though it changed a lot. And I don't know why I started smoking a joint. So this is a bit the aspect I thought wasn't useful. And so I started smoking, and then we walk a bit. We go to a park, and in the entry of the park, there is like 3 spots. It's a bit chaotic, and there's a spot with like water, fountains, a bit like a farm. So pretty beautiful. And then the other spot, like just like 5 meters away, of stuff burning. So like some trash burning. So I could see this a bit as inferno, a bit like chaotic. And then in front of me, a big pile of dirt. And so we first go together on this big pile of dirt. And I start like just looking around in the park. There was like family, people playing around. So like it doesn't seem like anything was going on. There's just like this water stuff, this fire stuff, and this pile of dirt, but everyone just like walking around playing. And then my joint like it wasn't like lit anymore. And so I thought, okay, maybe I should go into the fire to lit it. And it was like this big fire of like 5 meters, and I was like, okay, maybe not a good idea, like I don't care. And then my friend tells me, yeah, no, look, it's actually lit. And so I start smoking again, and then I look at my hands, and there's actually 2 joints now. And I told him, yeah, like, is it yours, or like, do you want to smoke? And he tells me, I don't smoke. I'm like, okay, right, I got like 2 joints now. It's not that bad. And so we continue walking in the park, and it really gets like bigger. So the entry was quite small with like this like water, fire, and dirt figure. And then now the park is like just bigger. We walk around, continue talking, and at the end we need to go back home. And my thought was like, okay, now I need to go back home. I'm quite high. Should I be worried about seeing my parents? And I thought, like, actually, I don't care. I had this very nice moment with my friend. So, like, who cares if I'm just, like, high in my home? And then we say goodbye.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you. It's very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it is
okay.
very
Okay, all right. Anyone, who's next? Skylar, yes?
Yeah, so so before, my understanding of Divine Comedy and Dante is, it's something that you have to learn in history class. It's very important. That's all I knew about it. But after reading it, I think I have 4 main takeaways. First of all is that love is the answer to all. And if you let love guide your actions, it's kind of like your intuition, where that way it's always going to lead you in a path that your heart desires. So, for example, when we're reading Divine Comedy and some things you don't understand, you think of it from the perspective of, your mother or your wife or your children. So now when I'm reading a book that I don't understand, I know that the tool is to try to use love to understand it. That's my first takeaway. My second takeaway is I really think that reading Dante, because it's so foundational in Western thinking, especially after the Renaissance, it's helped me as a Chinese person gain more thorough understanding of Western culture. It's kind of like if you are a Westerner and you read 论语, that way you understand Chinese culture more and the things that it values. For example, the emphasis on free will and really using your free will. In Divine Comedy, if you don't use your free will, you are literally going to hell. So, this idea of it being democratic, it being accessible, of love thy neighbor. And so a lot of those values are really, really deep in Western culture and how it manifests in the real world and how it manifests and how I interact with Westerners. I've gained a more thorough understanding through reading this. My third takeaway is, we are lost because of fear. That's something that you said that really stuck with me, Dante, the reason why this book was really revolutionary was because back then people were really afraid of God. People were afraid of the unknown. They didn't know what heaven looked like, what the afterlife looked like. So a lot of things that they were doing on earth were fearful, or they were very scared to do anything, and that was because they're lost because of fear. So I'm going to be entering college. It's a different life. I don't really know what I want to major in. I don't know what my future looks like. So in a way, I am also lost because of fear. But I know that that's okay, And reading good books can show you a path. My fourth takeaway is the value of art. I remember you said this line, poetry is aimed to put you in awe, not to put you in fear. And Divine Comedy is meant to inspire you to reach higher heights. You also said, poetry embeds itself into the collective conscious and embeds itself into how you see the world. So reading Dante, especially listening to it in Italian, it's something that's a little bit more emotional, and you art, it like you said, it embeds into how you see the world. It lets you rise beyond the material world, beyond grades and tests and the mundane, and it's a reflective experience. And so those are my 4 takeaways.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Skylar. Okay, Damien.
I think personally reading the Divine Comedy gave me more faith in God.
Okay, wonderful, great. David.
So I just created this just a few minutes ago. So I think there are so many layers of understanding the lecture theory. I think on the fundamental level, this lecture gave me experience that is and basically the first induction into the world of literature, because before going into these lectures, I thought Divine Comedy is just a traditional moralistic allegorical installation where you have very well-structured universe of different figures that will give you very clear idea about the medieval or late early Renaissance a great wise man's admonition as to how to lead life, righteous life. But then I realized that below the surface of the structure, each individual, each actor, or each protagonist have their own life and their own complexity, which is, I think, give me the initial idea about how literature, a great literary work is created. It is the creation of individual living figure in this magna opus. So I began to appreciate Dante as a poem. But then I realized that Dante is not just an ordinary poem, but a poet, but actually it's channeling some supernatural power that you have alluded to in many places. I think what behind this this divine message is infinite. So for example, I can derive many pragmatic knowledge about, for example, relationship, how to be a parent, although I'm not a parent, and how to understand love, human life. For example, I just today I learned that a woman's love could take infinite forms. Anger or hate could all be form of love, and you should not just regard love as a one-dimensional harmony that always pleasing, always cherry and agitated. So it's very complex. And secondly, so on the second level, I learned that how to be a teacher. I thought I'm not a teacher, but I observed how you teach. I think this class is also a performative experience where you let the student to co-create with you. And I learned that you are probably, I speculate that you are probably also try to draw inspiration for a next book from the interaction with the students. So I observe, try to understand how to co-create something out of the learning process, not just to spread knowledge, but to create new knowledge. And on the third level, I think I'm also learning how to understand this Dante's text in the context of culture. So I have many question marks about this, but it's just it's just very complex questions, and it's we don't have time for that. But for example, it did give me some impression about the difference between Italian literature and English literature. For me, Italian literature is much more colorful. Is more it has more element of romanticism. Has more tendency to present things in a very colorful way compared to English literature, where it is more black and white, almost like the weather in England. Anyway, but then that makes Dante's work very, very unique, because Dante does not have the luxury of writing on the so-called coattail of the English Empire, British Empire, which makes it much more difficult for people outside Italy to appreciate Dante. But if you if you read the original, the Italian version, you can see that it is has multi-dimensional elements. It's not even it's not even colorful, but it has the cadence and the tonality of this literature is immense. So and on the last level, I think from the Chinese perspective, the message, every message, whether it's from God or from a poet, it is conditioned on the language. So fundamentally, we are viewing or reading this text, in the context of a culture that is that was formed by or shaped by Christianity. Every person's name, at least in today's world, from the reader's point of view, every reader's name, I'm David, or we have also Fred, and we are already put within the drama of Christianity. We don't have, we cannot call ourselves some strange African name or Chinese name if we want to be in the classroom in the first place. So this raises some very challenging questions about how to transpose Dante into Chinese consciousness. But I do recognize that as a Chinese person, I do derive a lot of value from Dante, even if I'm looking at it purely from the perspective of Confucianism or Taoism or Buddha, because I do think that Dante, in many perspectives, is already going beyond Christianity in his messages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, yes. Okay, great. Who's next? Julian.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make it, so I had 3 points, so not so long. One thing I really appreciate about Dante, and that you always pointed out, is his paradoxes, the use of paradoxes in his language. Like every time we talked about something he wrote, it was always a paradox. And that's really interesting, because that's how you can combine different truths. That's how you can combine differences. That's you can remove differences that we have in today's world. And you will see past, like you can use your imagination to see past these differences that you have with other people, and so yeah, they become paradoxes that you have to basically overcome and think about. Then also for me, the point of being able to resonate with Dante himself a lot. I felt like when I was younger, I went through some kind of phase of inferno, maybe, or hell. When I had a phase of, you could say, depression, and now it's maybe like purgatory for me, and I'm able to climb up the stairs a bit. And it was really my love, I think, for knowledge that brought me this far, which is probably similar to Dante as well. That I just want to keep on learning about stuff. And then the last point would be about hope, as you say as well, is a really important factor, obviously, that you convey hope when you talk, you convey hope when you act. And I feel like Dante gives a lot of hope for people at his time, and obviously for now he can give hope. That's, I think,
thank you. Okay,
really important.
Edward.
There's probably a lot to say. I think one of the main things I've appreciated from this study is obviously having the chance to go through the whole Divine Comedy and reflect, in my own life. Normally in life, you might do one thing wrong or one thing good, and you might reflect on it. Whereas this, going through the journey with Dante, obviously, almost, if you do reflect, forces you to look at your own life in a lot more detail. So, and almost that process in itself reflects the Divine Comedy, in the sense that when you first start looking at, say, the sins you've committed before that maybe align with the Divine Comedy, you can kind of feel bad about it and think, I've done this. But then you can also go through your own inferno, purgatory, and into paradise, because there is that feeling of hope, and that, you can relate to Dante. He's made mistakes. Virgil's made mistakes. A lot of people in the book have made mistakes, but there is always hope. So I suppose that's applying the Divine Comedy on myself. Then the second stage would be then you also look at the world differently. It probably makes you, even though we already know, makes you realize, I would say we live in quite a sick society, in that, there's a lot of sins that we see in the piece, but it just happen every single day, whether it's in politics, business, or general entertainment. So I think after reading it, I would conclude that the world would probably be a better place if everyone read Dante.
I agree, and that's my mission, to make sure everyone does read Dante. Andy, could we have some thoughts from you?
Sure. We use metaphor to comprehend and discuss concepts that are maybe too big for us to fully understand. So we say things like life is a baseball game, or the universe is like the ocean, and we connect them to things that are small enough that we can see, touch, and understand. Most all of literature is a metaphor for like the human condition, and they usually just deal with like one single aspect of it. This is love. This is a book on loss or redemption. We've discussed a lot about like Paradise Lost here, and that's what Dante's doing. Is we're all using metaphors to discuss, or every single great author has used a metaphor to discuss what Dante is just describing matter-of-factly. And Paradise Lost is what we've kept bringing up the most often, but it's just one part. It's just the fall, and what led up to that. And so when we admire books like Lord of the Rings or Crime and Punishment or Joyce's Ulysses, we're admiring it from a secondhand nature, where we could just go straight to the source, and Dante and the Divine Comedy just cover it all. So I told Carol that as we come in here, at the start of this building, I saw there's a structure outside in our that little square, and it's a little purgatory. And I saw kids walking up the purgatory this morning. And Carol had mentioned that that's a good metaphor for what we do in here, because we're not in hell, we're not in paradise, and so we come here and we do the hard work of every year. I give myself big challenges for mind, body, and spirit, and Dante gets to cover 2 of them.
Great, thank you. Ivy, I would like to hear from you. Okay, what is your feelings after taking this course?
I wish to study classics in university, and before this, I always believed that the Greek civilization is like basically the foundation of the Renaissance, where like people respect the gods and they fear the gods, and everything is at the mercy of external forces that we cannot control. So like the Greek civilization is basically a world of fear and like just fear. But I also remember, like, before this course started, I watched your videos on YouTube, and in one of the videos you mentioned that both Homer and Dante, their works are focused and based on love. But when I was reading Homer, I didn't really get that message. Like, I didn't really realize that what has driven Odysseus or what has driven Achilles is love. But I think, like, for Dante, it is really easy for me to perceive the message of love and to perceive what love means. So I think the reason why I cannot perceive love in Homer but can in Dante is because Homer's world is one that is closer to the initial goodness, or like the initial perfection of the world. Like his world is purer than Dante's and ours, and that's why like people believe in gods. Like I think the gods are manifestations of people's inner intuitions. So but for Dante, his world and our world are both like we're constantly blinded by everything floating around us. So it's quite difficult for us to gain access to our intuitions. So that's why things become less external and we need to like look inside to see what's real. So I think like within such chaos of the world, this course or Dante and Professor Jiang achieved like some sort of separation within my own mind, like the separation of chaos into earth, into sky, into hell, into love, quite similar to the separation like in the Greek mythology. I think that's what this course achieved within me. And so I think this is really a beginning for my journey to the future. And I am also always conscious of the importance of faith. And while we were reading the Inferno and Purgatory, I was horrified by the fact that I don't know who to pray to. Like, I don't know how to pray. Like, what names should I utter? And I was really afraid that I'm gonna end up in hell or purgatory. But then I think as we delve deeper into the major beliefs of Dante, I think it actually offered more comfort than fear, because Dante's thoughts is that it's okay if you're not Christian, or if you don't believe in a god, or if you don't believe in the gods. Love, faith, and hope are the fundamental things that exist within ourselves. And so yeah, I think I just need to try and believe in my intuition, so I will have less fear in the future. And last of all, if there's one faith that I really adopted in this course, it's the faith for poetry. I think I'm convinced that poetry has the greatest power in the world, and it can actually change the world. So I think in the future, I will, before trying to teach Dante to others, I will keep reading Dante and keep reading other great poetries, so that, yeah, we can make the world a better place.
Thank you. Great. Carol, let's sorry, we're just running out of time, but okay, Anna.
Course really makes me more religious in a sense, like more pious, I guess, to reconcile all the theologies in Catholicism. And also it makes me think about, like, you know, that poet society where the teacher says, you know, like science and law and medicine is how we live, but music, literature, poetry, all these are what we live for as humans. And it really makes me feel like, yeah, poetry is what would do it all. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Du?
So one of the things that amazed me the most during this seminar is that, like, your ability to get into the author's mind, right? What you call close reading. I mean, I think like this is like a high level demonstration of close reading, right? And I always wondered, like, how could you find all those hidden details in history and then connect the dots together, right? Like, for example, when you're reading, you mentioned before, like when you're reading Frank Jacob, right, and you understand the mentality of his philosophy, and so you can speculate you can propose a certain theories that enables you to 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 make good predictions, right? And during this course, we went through Dante's mind, Beatrice, Virgil, and it's just amazing. Like I think it's just your superpower to bring their narrative to yourself and explain it to us. And other thing is that like, and another thing is through reading Divine Comedy, I feel like it helped me to see myself like more clearly. You know, like since I was young, I mean, I grew up in China, right? Like everyone around you just keep telling you that, oh, it's gotta make a bunch of money, and it's all about social status and institutional achievement. But like since I was young, I always knew that I always felt like there's something wrong about it, and I always had faith in my intuition, but I just couldn't articulate it. Why I should not think or live that way, right? And through this course, I came to understand more clearly that this divine spark has always been within me, and like just like the email that I wrote it to you, right? It helped me to more determined to be myself. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, Ouyang?
So before I come here, I have already read Divine Comedy, but it's in Chinese, and I feel like I'm very confused, especially for the Paradiso. But I feel like even if I can't understand it, I feel like the image you have in your head is very beautiful and is divine. And when I come here, I feel like the learning journey of Divine Comedy is just like Dante. At the first, I'm very afraid to ask any questions or to express my opinions, but over time, I feel like I've gradually gained a deeper understanding on Divine Comedy, and the connections between these ideas and my own life, and how should I become in the future. For example, like our parents always tell us to be a moral person, be virtuous, and do good things, but I don't actually like I want to know the logic, not the logic, the framework, why actually you need to do good things. And I think I have gained a systematic and thorough understanding on this, and I feel like towards the end, all of our classmates have formed a bond between us, like yeah, and I have a question. So like many others, they have their dreams, right? I have my dreams, but I feel like my dreams are very strange and different from like their dreams. It's feel like it has a storyline, right? I feel like in my dreams they are fractions, and it's like watching a movie behind a curtain, and I try to understand all of the bizarre things in my dream, but I can just it's like I don't understand it. It's like watching a cloud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Crystal, then Bruce.
Okay, so I'll try to be quick here, but then like basically I think this is a very rewarding experience for me to be able to engage in such a diverse cohort with people from different backgrounds, different age groups, from different career paths and whatever to discuss the same work. And then like before I came here, like my perception on Dante's Divine Comedy is basically like it's a fiction and it's very imaginative. Basically, like Dante's going on this imaginative journey where he goes through these 3 different regions and whatever. But then I was kind of impressed to see that there are a lot of real life connections that still applies today. For example, we can use like very common logic to interpret some of the words of Dante. I think that is very amazing, and I feel like what I feel, well, this might not align with Dante's cosmology, is that even the most divine has like these like human features or like human nature within it. So it's like okay for us to be flawed. And then also like I feel pretty mentally and physically like stressed throughout this journey because I think this is such a masterpiece, and I feel like at the same time through this seminar I kind of feel the greatness of art, like how it's capable to unite all of us together, and how, for example, we cannot understand Italian but we can still feel like all the emotions within those languages. And I cannot understand my handwriting, but I think this is also like a great opportunity for me to get to know like Western culture and literature a lot more. I feel like it kind of connected all of the works that I read in literature class together. For example, like, I don't know, the Odyssey and also Paradise Lost and etc. I really appreciate that, and I feel like I would really want to reread the Divine Comedy and then try to understand more of it in the future. And also, despite that I study a major that is completely the opposite of classics, I think I will want to spend some time to read other relevant works, and I feel like it's pretty worth it. And then yeah, I just want to say thanks for this opportunity and for everyone.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Bruce?
Yeah. Okay. So I've been reading a lot. I've been reading the many more words, but I don't want to read it because I think there are 2 things. The first one is collectivism, because as we know that has been taught in China and all of things about collectivism, which means you have to love your country, you have to love your family, you have to love your company, and all of things good. It's really good. It really can help me a lot by being a good person, right? But there's another kind of things like individualism, which is I think is maybe we need more in China, because after so many people just get lost their job, about drop out from the school, they sometimes just feel hopeless. Just why? Just because individualism, which cannot let them to know more about themselves. So if there's if there's no authority who guarantee you that you can be perfect, then you just be hopeless. But individualism, which can really let you to know who you really are and really can make you feel peace and comfort, even though you've been denied by this whole system, like school or whatever. But if you do believe yourself, you can be better. And I think that is really impressive. And I think this is very good opportunity for me to be here, to be taught by Jiang. And I think she's hero. You're a hero. Sorry, you're a hero. And yeah, you are heroes. And you just give us the way to see ourselves in ourselves. Yeah, not deny ourselves by other kind of things, like be rich, be powerful, be famous. No, not of things, but you have to believe yourself. That is what it really, important.
Thank you. Okay. Fred?
I haven't been here for a very long time.
Okay.
I guess the question was, how has it changed you? Well, it's made me realize you have to do things in the real world, and it's important just to get to places and do things and speak to people. Like, a lot of theorizing is useless. And I'm very glad that I got to sit in this room, because I guess people who started from the beginning weren't really watching the live streams, but I was watching the live streams, and I just had a vision of what it would be like to sit at the desks, and I just really, really, really wanted it to happen, and then it happened. So on the first day, I thought I'd be really, really nervous, and my heart would be racing, but then for some reason, the in-tuneness of this group made it feel natural immediately. It was really strange. Like, I'm a really big fan of you. I've watched like every one of your videos from when you're only writing on a whiteboard, when you had no screen.
Okay.
And so I thought I would feel so nervous even answering a question, but it felt so natural, and it's difficult to explain that other than love and learning and all these good things make what would otherwise have been nervous situations feel natural.
Thank you. Okay. Carol. Yeah.
So I love the star metaphor because I believe in Latin and perhaps in Italian as well, the word for desire is desiderare.
Oh.
And actually, the short form of it is decidere, which means from the stars. And I think this whole journey has reminded me, and possibly more of you, that we're all from the stars. And that desire is that calling to go back. And I really love Francois' imagery of, and you putting the web, Indra's web in my mind. And actually, for me, my vision is actually to catch fish and to build community, which actually was also something inspired by videos I watched from you. And catching fish, it's almost the imagery of the Indra's net. There seems to be a lot of souls caught in the web and in the nets, and some are freer, some are less free. And I want to help free people. You can go freely in and out, but you know, hopefully retrieving your route back to the stars. And that's my vision, and it was actually a lucid dream.
Wow. Okay.
So
Great.
thank you. Thank you very much for this experience.
All right. So first of all, I want to express tremendous gratitude. This is the last day, and I'm feeling nothing but gratitude for everything, to everyone. So my intention for organizing this seminar and having and you know, working with Carol is I want to read Dante in full, and I want to understand Dante, because I've taught Dante for the past 4 years, but I've always cheated. You know, I've always skipped around and looking for passages that conform to my particular perspective. And I said to myself, that's not really fair. What I want to do is I want to read Dante in full, but I also knew that you cannot actually read Dante unless you read it from a place of love. So how do I create a situation where I'm motivated to read Dante? Because it's hard to read Dante, okay? If you think Dante is hard, I also think it's hard. It was never an easy journey. So I thought that if I read it with students and I'm able to inspire them to love Dante, then that will inspire me to truly understand Dante. And that's exactly what has happened, okay? Because I came in not knowing what these 12 days would be like, and I had some conceptions of what Dante would be, but I knew that only if I went deep into Dante and put my faith in the poetry and put my faith in this class, because I truly appreciate Dante. And so what would happen is we would have these great discussions in a day. I go home and I spend all my time just replaying in my head what we discussed and looking for problems, looking for areas in which I could expand. Then I go to bed. Then I would have absolutely no idea what I would teach in the morning. But because I knew that when I came to class, you guys were expecting me to like be heroic and teach Dante in the most engaging way possible. I'm like, okay, so like I don't have any ideas on how to teach, and like let me pray and hope that I have something. And so I get up, and then some ideas would start coming in my head, and like a framework would come to my head, and I come to class and I would start, and then your energy, your enthusiasm, your love would compel me to further expand my visions, right? So, for example, you know, yesterday we had a very interesting class where we had this experiment, right, where Francois and Edward were doing this experiment, and that was not planned in any way. Okay, what happened was that I was teaching about the systems of Dante. Then Francois came up to me and said, "Hey, so I've drawn up some notes, and like, great, show it, okay? And then Francois was presenting, and then I was inspired at that moment. It's like, oh wow, you know what? I could do this experiment, right? And like, I hope it works. If it doesn't work, then oh well. But I hope it works, and it worked out really, really well. Okay, so this entire class has been one of a leap of faith. I didn't really expect anything from this class. I thought I'd be challenged to read Divine Comedy, but I really did expect the effect on me. I didn't expect the effect on you guys. And just spending the past 12 days with you, I've seen myself transform tremendously. I've seen you transform tremendously as well. So my major transformation is I've left teaching at my school, and now I'm looking for a new path forward. So like Dante, I'm sort of lost in the woods, and I'm like, well, you know, I'll teach a seminar to just pass the time, right? To just hope for the best. And having taught this seminar, I'm like, I now know what I must do, okay? I now must share Dante with the world. Because I see Dante's impact on each and every one of you. Maybe it's something that you can't articulate yourself, but the fact that you're dreaming lucidly, the fact that you're willing to share these dreams with every one of us, and the fact that you're willing to help, you're willing to discuss the meaning of these dreams, it's an act of love, it's an act of faith, it's an act of hope. And I realize that if we really want to change the world for the better, then Dante could be an answer. It's one of the answers, and so I'm committed to teaching Dante around the world now. So thank you for that. But also, I recognize that teaching Dante is not enough. I need to summon Dante back to this world. And what surprised me is, I'm not sure if you guys know the occult or rituals, but you know, these 12 days, it was an occult ritual. You know how these billionaires, they spend a lot of time trying to summon demons into this world, right? Well, through our reading of Dante together, we all engage in our imagination that brought Dante back to this earth. I really feel that. I really feel that there's an essence of Dante in each of us now, okay? And we've brought Dante back to this world. And if we can bring more people into this community, if we can spread Dante more to people, then there'll be more of Dante in this world. But not only do I want to bring Dante back, I also want to bring back Plato, Homer, Jesus, okay? Everyone wants to bring back Jesus, but like in the right way, okay? Like in the right way, like don't start wars, okay? And so I see now that is my mission. I see tremendous hope because I see the impact of this teaching on you. So I'm just coming from a place of tremendous gratitude, a place of tremendous hope. So thank you so much for that. I mean, first, I would like to thank above all Carol, okay? Because this is our first time working together, and I can't show enough appreciation for you and your team because it's actually hard to put these things together. All right, the idea that we can come to this class, I can just teach what I teach, and we can live stream it, and the live stream is able to go very smoothly, and you guys are able to engage. And the fact that I didn't do any work before class, you know, Carol was the one who brought everyone together. So I can't I can't appreciate Carol enough. So thank you so much, Carol. I also, like, again,
Thank you for having the will and the idea.
Yeah, but again, Carol and her team are amazing. So, Carol, could you thank your team?
Yes, I want to thank our IT and AV staff, Xuejia and Wei Qun, because we do realize that there are issues every day, but they've really tried their very best, and it's around the clock because there's also uploading. And we know where we are. The networks are slow here. I want to thank Yang Liu, Peter, Si Yue, and Jing Yi, 我们的阿姨, the person who cleaned the whiteboard, just every single person. And, you know, she was the one who cleaned up all your water bottles and then replenished all your water bottles every day and set everything up. But I do want to thank Zheng for summoning. And, you know, actually, if this were an occultist experience, you're the priest. And you help to summon this for us, and you help to lead us on this pilgrimage. So I know you have put in your heart and soul to it as if we were children on your back. And you've shouldered a lot of responsibility. So really a heartfelt thanks to you.
So, you know, it seems like I did a lot of work, but let me tell you, I am not at all exhausted. I am not at all exhausted. I feel so energized. I feel so hopeful. I feel a deep sense of gratitude. So Fred asks, so what's next? What can we do? And I mean, we're already doing a lot, okay? So I know, okay, we're just a classroom, but you know, there are a lot of people watching this online, and they are going to be inspired by our example. The love of Divine Comedy is already implanted in your heart. And maybe you don't know this now, but your life has changed because of the Divine Comedy. You won't know this now. 20 years from now, when you look back, you will see it yourself. Because your entire life trajectory will be different now. Many of you, for example, Ivy is going to read more and more poetry. And you're going to keep on studying Divine Comedy like Crystal. And this is going to just blossom in you. And then eventually, when the time is right, you're going to want to share this with other people. You're going to want to share it with your children, with your friends, with your students. And there's going to be a chain reaction, okay? So I have complete faith that this will happen, that this is the beginning of something wonderful. It will take time, but it will happen. And already we are making a huge difference in the world. So what I want to do, okay, so let me present to you my grand vision for the world. I want to start a network of schools around the world, okay? And this network of schools will teach the great books, and even the cult and game theory. And my ambition is to educate the next global generation of Dantes, of intellectuals, because I see the spark of Dante in all of you, okay? And I'm sure there's millions more of young children who could be the next Dante, but you have to reach out to them. You have to give them the opportunity. So my end goal is to start a network of schools, and it's not like a 2-year project. I plan to spend the rest of my life, 50 years, developing this network of schools around the world, everywhere, so that as many people can participate in reading Dante as possible. And my invitation is to all of you to consider one day joining this network of schools. Okay, so you could go off on your own path and see the world, because as Dante would say, life is a journey, and you have to go through hell and purgatory before you can reach heaven. Okay, so I'm not saying my schools will be heaven, but I'm saying like you all have an open invitation to come to the school, and you can come as whoever you want. You can come in as a student, you can come as a teacher, you can come as just maybe a volunteer. But I want to stay in touch, and I feel that we came here for a reason. It is the will of the universe for us to come together. And why that is, we don't know, but I hope we can stay in touch. And I'm going to build these schools, and my mission now is to travel around the world, spread the message of Dante, and teach more classes. And I think eventually these schools will naturally blossom, because I think that I've seen the future. These visions keep on coming in my head, and if the universe did not will it, then we would not be here today. Okay, so thank you to everyone for giving me hope, and this is just the first step in a long process. Yes?
Are we the first generation of neo-dentists?
If you want to be, yes. Yes, okay, all right. So thank you so much. Okay, and let's stay in touch. And again, this is just the beginning of something wonderful. Okay, all right, bye bye.